Hey, everybody. Hope you got a good night's sleep. And we are talking about the things you want to talk about. Um, but first, what I want to talk about. No, I'm kidding. So, have your questions and everything. But, yesterday we talked about degeneration and how that state of the body produces a lot of what we call, our conditions or symptoms, right? So, a lot of times when we're chasing after symptoms, we're we're trying to combat the degeneration that's happening in the body, but when we're just addressing it from the point of view of symptoms, it's kind of a short-term strategy. When you start looking at degeneration and how the body's degenerating or being in that degenerative state, which means that your your fight flight system, your sympathetic nervous system is in defense mode, or it's hyper reactive, like it's hyper vigilant, hyper reactive. So that causes stress, that causes anxiety, but that also causes the body to degenerate because it's not going into the phases of healing. It's always staying in action, it's always staying in activity. And so we talked about that yesterday, and I thought today we don't have to spend a ton of time on it, but I'd like to talk about what regeneration looks like. We talk about regeneration, but it's being able to go deeper into the parasympathetic state, being able to go deeper into rest and repair mode. And we talk about aspects of it when we talk about vagal tone and helping to get sleep and rest. And when we reach deep enough sleep, we start to go into a phase called the anabolic state, where our nervous system, our immune system, our endocrine system, and the muscles in our body all kind of reboot. They reset themselves. And when we do this, our body is regenerating. And so just because we've diminished degeneration, like we talked about yesterday, doesn't necessarily mean that our body is then regenerating. And it's not just about going into the parasympathetic state, but you want to be able to reach like a greater potential in the parasympathetic state or the rest and repair mode. Not just like, oh, I'm going back there and I'm getting rest, but the deeper that you can go when your body really needs it, like when you're sick, when you're injured, when you're super stressed out, if your body has a greater potential there, then when your body needs it, it can go into a deeper repair mode. But if your body can't go into that deeper repair mode, you're just kind of left to like your normal functions, and recovering from a cold or a flu or something like this, an injury, takes a lot longer. It might still happen, but it takes a lot longer. And so we are going into cold and flu season here pretty soon. And, I guess it's already kind of here, but it will get more substantial in the next month or so. And so regeneration can be very simple. It doesn't have to be this big complex thing. And if you look at like oils, like what things can we do just very simply to stimulate the body's potential for regeneration? And for regeneration, you know, this would support vagal tone, this would support relaxation, this would help reduce like anxiety, but it would help the immune system function better. It would help your nervous system and nerves function better. It would improve the endocrine system, and it would improve how your body feels, your muscles. And part of your muscles is still the muscles of the respiratory tract, which are smooth muscle, the muscles of the digestive tract, which is also smooth muscle, and then the muscles of the urinary tract, also smooth muscle. So it's not just the muscles that move our body, it's also the muscles of the organs, right? And so we look at things that are the big trees, you know, so spruces, firs, pine, cedar, cypress, myrtle. I feel like I'm leaving one out here. Juniper, arbor vitae, or vitae, however you want to say it. Thuja. Still feel like I'm leaving one out there, but all the big trees like that. Yeah, I said cedar, so cedar would be one of them. So all of these trees, just by their nature, just by what they are, when we use them either topically or through inhalation, taking a salt bath with them, they have the ability to stimulate deeper levels of regeneration, without even following a protocol, without even going, I'm going to put my awareness on this chakra or this body part. Just the use of the trees is helpful that way. A good example is when somebody has frequency of urination. They either have the urge or they're having to urinate quite often. One of the things that works really well is Sylvester pine. And part of it is Sylvester pine stimulates the production of steroids in the body to help reduce inflammation. But part of why Sylvester pine works so well for that is it also stimulates regeneration. So it stimulates the ability for the body to regenerate. Now, regeneration, there's different kinds of regeneration. There's regeneration that happens with blood flow, increasing blood to a particular area. There's regeneration that has to do with making the nerves function better or re-educating the nerves. And then there's also the regeneration that just comes from simply raising the vibration of the body. You're elevating the function of the body. And so, you're just putting a few drops on the wrist and going like this, or inhaling some of the oils, again, not necessarily directing them, but if you direct it, it can make it more it can make it more specific, or can make it more potent. The one that I left out, eucalyptuses. Eucalyptuses are also very regenerative to the body. And that's all the eucalyptus is. And so, there is a pattern that you can use, but just applying them topically works very, very well. But let's maybe play with a pattern just right off the bat. And even if you don't have one of the trees, let's practice the pattern. So if you have, a pine, a cedar, a spruce, a fir, a myrtle, a eucalyptus, a cypress. Cypress would also be Benihi, and cypress would also be cypress wood. Arbor vitae, thuja, any form of eucalyptus will work.
And also spruce would be Sitka.
Yeah, Sitka would also be, Sitka is the rock star in the spruce family for regeneration. But if you don't have one of those, just grab some oil that you have and let's just practice the pattern. So this would be used to support the immune system. Like say you're going to go through and do some protocol or work some oils to stimulate the immune system. So we know that the Monarda complex is very, very potent antiviral. It combines Monarda and Melissa and some of the other oils that are very antiviral. And another incredibly strong antiviral blend is immune support. Right. And then you have Monarda by itself, you have Melissa by itself, but you also would have bay laurel, Eucalyptus radiata, Neoli, Ravensara. These are all super strong antivirals. right? So going into cold and flu season, it would always be good to be using at least something, one of these. But if you want to amplify the effect of these oils, if you want to prep the body so that the body can really utilize these antivirals to an even higher degree, you would work one of the big trees, you know. And the great thing about all these trees is they're very inexpensive as well. They're not like super precious where they're super expensive. They're just, meat and potato oils that you can use every day and use very liberally. Um, on the body or inhalation or the salt baths, right? Body tonic would also be another way. So you have one of your oils, and if you don't have one, just choose an oil that you like and will work. And begin inhaling with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is on your brain, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're inhaling through the nose, you're exhaling through the mouth. And remember, you're holding the bottle about an inch or two from your nose. In through the nose, out through the mouth. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still for a minute. Notice how you feel. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. Now put your awareness on your spine. We're going to fortify the spine. Another way of saying regeneration is you're fortifying the body, you're strengthening the body. So you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. And then just pause and be still. How's that feeling to you? That's it. Which one are you using? Heaters are good. Now, your awareness is going to be on your brain and your spine, both at the same time. Awareness is on your brain and spine while you inhale the oil. And then just pause and be still. Now you're going to do your brain and the soles of your feet. Your awareness is on your brain and the soles of your feet, both at the same time. Then just let go. Just let go. Check in with your body. How do you feel? Check in with your emotions. How do your emotions feel? Your mind. How are your thoughts? Now, here we're talking about regeneration. We're talking about fortifying the body. But even that sense of well-being, those higher emotions, a diminishing of the lower emotions or a transmutation of the lower emotions, that doesn't happen in the degenerative state, where we're in fight flight. And even when we diminish it, we slow all that down, but we still don't experience those higher states. And if we want to go into a higher state in the mental body where we're not grinding on ourselves or grinding on, some situation or another person, that too is a state of regeneration. So regeneration is not just for the body. Regeneration for the emotions is greater activation of the heart. And regeneration of the mind is a balance or harmony between the intellect and intuition. We're not just looking for one or the other. We're wanting to utilize both sides of our brain. So you could say regeneration in the extreme is what we need or is an expression of deeper spiritual states. Like even if you want to, meditate and experience more of your true nature or bliss out or whatever it might be. Those deeper states are tied to regeneration. So it's good for the body, it's good for the emotions, it's good for the mind. Now, when you look at the trees, they all have an activating effect on either the heart or the crown, right? Like firs are very good for activation of the heart. Spruces and Sitka are very good for activating the crown. Pines, very good for activating the crown. Cedars actually activate the heart and the crown and mix the two, like you're mixing the heart and the crown. Thuja, good for activating the crown. Arbor Vitae, very good for activating the heart. Arbor Vitae not only activates the heart, but it helps to stimulate the heart seed, the physical permanent seed within the heart. Myrtle, very good for the heart. Which one am I leaving out? Eucalyptus, very good for the heart, very good for the heart center. And so a lot of these have very, very strong cleansing effects on the energy body. Like one of the best things for cleaning up blockages in the physical body is Eucalyptus smitti. You know, eucalyptus smitty is a thing that you could use in salt baths or a body tonic, something like that, um, to clean up the energy body, to break up patterns in the aura that manifest as blockages in the different organs, right, or body parts. So these different trees, not only do they fortify the body, but they fortify the emotions, they fortify the mind, and they fortify those aspects that are trying to have a deeper connection to the soul or to the divine. And if you look at the trees, you know, I remember Sadhguru once said that, you know, if you watch trees and you look at how they grow, there's a lot of aspect of will within the trees, and they're always moving towards the light. You know, they're always trying to experience sunlight. They're always, whatever things you put in front of it, it grows around it and still tries to experience the light, right? And so this drive for life, this drive to thrive, can be uh, harnessed by us by using these oils. This drive in our physiology, in our emotions, in our mind, to experience those things that makes life better, that improves life, that helps us to experience the light. You know, for trees it's sunlight, but still sunlight is a source of spiritual energy. So these trees help us to experience uh, sense of well-being, a better quality of life, a better way of thinking, but also a greater potential for spiritual growth and spiritual evolution. And so we're not just treating a symptom. We're not just trying to make our immune system better or our nervous system better or reduce a little anxiety. We can do that, but still there's a bigger picture of moving ourselves towards something bigger, something greater, something more than just what we perceive in that moment. And sometimes that's all we can see is just what's in front of us. But the trees will help fortify us so that we can see a bigger picture, that we can see something beyond our difficulty in the here and now. And so these big trees like this, they are something that you can use to fortify your body, your emotions, your mind without even thinking about it. You know, that's the beautiful thing. Put several drops on your wrist, call it good. And take a nice salt bath and just close your eyes and let go. You know, burn a little bit of incense and just sit there and just close your mind, close your eyes, and let the mind go. You know, it doesn't always have to be like a protocol. So we're going to do another round, and then we'll start answering your guys' questions and everything, regardless of what it's about. But again, let's have you choose your tree, and if you don't have a tree, use another plant. You know, just use whatever oil that you have. But if you have one of these trees, let's utilize one of these trees. So again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Yeah, actually, somebody asked about birch. Birch would fall in that realm. Yeah, birch would be there. Birch is activating to the crown. Is that what you mean? Hmm. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Yeah, somebody asked about terebinth. Terebinth is a kind of pine, so that would fall in the same realm there. So that would be just like a pine. So yeah. Mm. You're still on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on your spine. Now do your brain and spine both at the same time. Your awareness is on your brain and the soles of your feet. And just be still. Which one did you do there? Oh, yeah. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. And as we're sitting here, I'm thinking even left a few out. Even camphor would be in this range. Camphor, bay laurel, like somebody mentioned birch. Birch would be in there, and poplar balsam. If you think about like that regenerative state, why do we have a Christmas tree? It's a time of the year where a certain kind of spiritual energy comes in, and for your body, your emotions, your mind, your soul to be able to harness that, there has to be some level or degree of regeneration, or that drive, or that potential for a spiritual experience, right? So not only is it a Christmas tree, but even the idea of the tree of life is usually symbolized by a large tree. Even in the Native American tradition, when they do the sun dance around a tree for 4 days, um, it's a cottonwood, which is, if I remember right, in the poplar family. And so this idea of the large trees is being very healing, very rejuvenating, very revitalizing. It's helping to increase like life force. Whenever you increase life force, you're increasing soul energy in the body. So let's go ahead and ask questions, share experiences, whatever you'd like. Unmute yourself, type in, and yeah, kind of anything goes.
Go ahead, Troy.
Hey, Troy.
Hey, well, I made it about a mile into my run yesterday and pulled something in my calf.
Ah, so the injured foot calf.
No, the other side,
Ah,
and just immediately had to stop and had a hard time. Did some like pH on it for a few minutes and was able to like kind of hobble out, but pulled it pretty good. So just
there's no bruising or anything though. Like it just you feel like the muscle strain or pull, but other than that,
Um, There's some minor discoloration still there this morning. Last night I noticed some discoloration like in the back of the calf behind it, but like in the lower part of the calf, kind of deep inside.
Okay. So, I bet that's super painful. Yeah. Let's have you rotate a couple things. You know, the concern would be like if you get a little bit of discoloration, there could be like a little micro tear in there. I've gotten those too from like really bad cramping where, you know, you're doing something and it cramps up and then it it strains something, and there's nothing to be done other than just letting it heal. But maybe definitely take a break from running for just like a couple weeks probably. But I would rotate marjoram and helichrysum on that. Like put one of them on and then a couple hours later put the other one on and just keep rotating them back and forth. Yeah.
Neat.
Yeah, I would do neat. I'm sorry about that. Neat. And are you prone to like twisting your ankle or rolling your ankles
On the right side, which
on
is
the right side?
did it too. But I used to twist my ankles all the time, and in the early days,
Mhm.
and it's one of the reasons I switched to like minimalist soles.
Mhm.
This is the first time I've ever injured the calf muscle on either side. It's always been like my hamstrings will get tight and I'll maybe get a Charlie horse.
Right.
Or when actually running, pretty much the only injuries I've ever really had have been like twisting the ankle.
Well, I would say though, like again, speaking from personal experience, and talking with physical therapists and stuff, like hamstrings and calf muscles are best friends. Like if one of them's doing it, the other one's going to do it eventually, or they're usually doing that like this, and so um, the other thing that I would say is, do you use Shazandra?
I think I have it pulled up. It's in the cart, getting ready to
Okay.
make an order.
I would say let's have you use some Shazandra too, and the reason being, for one, it helps to bring like moisture to the body, like it helps to moisturize mucous membranes, but also one of the things that helps fascia like unwind and release is like moisture. Like how you would release fascia is you bring moisture to the area and it opens up, not fluid retention, but like moisturizing the connective tissue. And so in like Chinese medicine and things, they would say like to build muscle and to build tendon, especially tendon, and even help accelerate the healing of ligaments, is you would use Shazandra internally, like 3-4 drops at least once a day. I would say once a day is probably enough. But I would say let's have you do that because man, your feet, I mean, that's a little bit of a thing for runners. You potentially could injure those areas. I knew I used to treat uh runners who were trying out for the Olympics, and the knee down, they were always nursing something. They stepped on something, they rolled something, you know they got something with their heel, like it was always something. And so let's have you use that Shazandra just to kind of fortify that area. But I need to think about this a little bit because you're having too many injuries down there on your feet. I mean, this is like the third or fourth injury like in the last year, isn't it?
Yes, I fractured the fifth metatarsal on my left foot in March, and then
Right.
it healed up real fast, and then 2 months later, I like kind of broke it proper,
Right.
and then pulled the calf muscle yesterday. But interestingly, I think like the day of or the day before I broke that bone originally. I
Uh-huh.
had said on a run with a friend, I think it's been like over 10 years since I've had a running injury.
Wow,
And
that's a good little stretch there of not having an injury.
yeah, so it's,
So I'm gonna tell you what Master Choa said to me when I had a big bundle of things like this happening to me, because sometimes it happens. And mine was my car got hit 3 times in 2 weeks. And I told him about that, and I was y- you know I was feeling a little sorry for myself. I was like, man, I'd give my car and then it gets hit again. And 2 times I wasn't even in the car. Like I'd go into a store or something, come out and somebody had plowed into my car. And I told him that. And he went, oh, very good. Very good. Very good. And I was just quiet and like, I just said my car had gotten hit in like 3 times. And he goes, you have very good karma. And I'm like, I don't understand. And he just let me kind of like percolate with that for a little bit. And then he goes, had you not had good karma, they would have all happened at once. And it would have been a very bad injury.
that's so funny. We were talking on the run. I was running with a friend and we were talking about, I was calling it the magic of lesser evils.
Right. Oh, I love that. The magic of lesser evil. Yeah. And who knows? I mean, you do a ton of service, you do all kinds of things. Maybe there was supposed to be, you're just guessing a supposition or something. But still that you have those 3 injuries so close together. Maybe there was the karma of like a really bad injury at some point, but you've diffused it, so you just get these little injuries. Like back in my cycling days, um, I had crashed on my mountain bike and bruised my kneecap. And anything that I did, standing, walking, anything, it was just incredibly painful. Like it was just so painful. And I kept doing stuff and like I wasn't slowing down, but like I'd have to ice it and I was having to nurse it. And I finally got it to the point where it healed and it wasn't hurting, and it didn't cause any functional issue, it just caused a lot of pain. And I think I had like 3 or 4 days of like, oh, I'm not in pain anymore, yay. Fell and bruised the other kneecap. Like it's a bizarre injury, but bruised the other kneecap. And it like takes like 6 or 7 months to heal. And then shortly after that, I had the development of the knee issues that I had to have surgeries for. And I never discussed that with Master Choa, but following that same philosophy, um, most likely I was supposed to have a very bad injury, a very bad something, and it got diffused over a period of time. And for me, it was incredibly painful. And so it was kind of weird that I had this injury that caused me a lot of pain, but there was really no structural issue other than that kneecap just being bruised. Like it wasn't like, I had to nurse a torn tendon or a ligament or, something like that. It was just this bruise on the bone like that. And, following that same philosophy, I was probably supposed to have a very bad injury. And, instead I had a couple minor injuries. And so I would say keep doing your service, like you're an active guy and you're doing things, and like keep doing your service, but let's still fortify the body a little bit. Like that's just crazy. I like the idea, of the regeneration for you. Like using just any of the trees that we talked about. Just wear them on your wrist, put them on your body. You want to throw a little bay laurel internally, do that. But like I would just kind of either rotate them or just pick one that's your favorite and just keep utilizing that for helping your body to regenerate while you're using like the Schizandra and the rotating between the marjoram and the helichrysum. But yeah, bummer. I
Yeah,
mean, you just got better from the last one, and
I mean, I was
for me, I
being,
always go like, how is that not a karmic issue? Like like if when that kind of stuff happens to me, it's like it has to be like some sort of karmic thing. It's too weird. It's too weird to be happening, and it's not like you have an area that's just. It's like yeah, the bones on that one foot, but here on the other calf, you're doing something, and you know.
can you tell if it is like the muscle or the tendon in that calf?
It looks more muscle. I mean, when the muscle goes, like it will not compromise the tendon, but it will strain the tendon a little bit, but it's more muscle than anything. Yeah. So the more that you just kind of rehab that muscle a little bit, because you could put this under the like a strain or a sprain or even a little micro tear, I still just call a sprain or a strain. Because they heal pretty fast. Usually a little micro tear is like in the belly of the muscle or something. There's nothing to really be done. Even if you went to the doctor and they go, yeah, that's what it is, they would just tell you the same thing. Ice it, take some ibuprofen or whatever. And you want to decrease the muscle tension and spasms in the area, and you want to break up that blood. And the helichrysum will also accelerate the tissue healing, so it will make the tissue bind. And so between the helichrysum and the marjoram, it should knock it out.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I find it interesting too, like as I'm just saying this, marjoram and helichrysum. If you have some cypress, not necessarily on those sites, but maybe put cypress on your wrists and cypress internal a little bit. And cypress would have that strengthening effect or that regenerating effect. But I like the idea of cypress for you too.
I have a big bottle of Cypress.
Yeah, yeah. Like, even if you're just putting it on your skin or using it as a gargle or whatever it is, keep working the cypress.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Denise, then Dan.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. I wanted to share on the protocol we just did.
Mhm.
When we started on the brain, my left side, always the brain is really heavy for some reason. I know that sounds awkward, but as we
No.
proceeded, well, maybe you'll have an explanation for that. But as we proceeded along, it seemed to balance more the brain.
Oh, very good.
And then I felt it in the crown at one point, and then in the heart. And it was when we were doing the trees and moving around, and it was so
Oh,
cool.
nice.
All of a sudden they just like came online. And I wanted to tell you that this from last weekend when we spent time together with our group, that the last 3 or 4 nights I've been sleeping more deeply, at least for
Yeah.
a while, and a little longer.
Good, good.
And that's a gift, a huge gift. I think
Yeah.
that will be crucial. And I think this Shazandra, I
Mhm.
do have some of that and I haven't worked with it, but I think that's key because I was pain free 2 days ago. And
Oh,
anything I
good.
was really gripping or having problems with since June, those areas have all let loose. There's a few little slight nudges. They're around
Mhm.
there, but they've never registered at all before, and they're just a slight nudge. I think they were a reminder, don't get too exuberant. I think we have that lag time from when, and for a while you don't trust that you're getting better. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, especially when you haven't felt good for a while. Oh, trust me, I know that one well.
Yeah.
The thing with Shazendra, like it does improve quality of sleep. You know, like I was saying to Troy, it does help with mucous membranes and building of muscle and tendon and ligaments and things like that. Helps to release the fascia. And anytime you start to release the fascia, you're also releasing old stagnant energy for one. But two, like it also helps improve sleep. And you know, in Chinese medicine, you know, I a long time ago I used to see this acupuncturist, and he had this formula called something dreams, like sweet dreams or something like that. And it was mostly Shazendra. Like it was just, and he's like, yeah, you get better sleep, you start dreaming, you start processing. He goes, it's just all good. And Shazendra was a big part of that formula. And in fact, I think it was called Shazandra Dreams now that I think about it.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so, you know, it helps the body repair, it helps the body regenerate, it helps the body with the mucous membranes. I mean, it's good for you on so many levels. And, you know, Samantha takes it a lot. And every once in a while, I'm like, oh, yeah, let me try that. And I always get a really good night's sleep. And then, you know, I don't know. I have my little routines and I forget about it, and then she's got it out, and I go, let me have more of that. And every time I do it, I sleep better. And so, I would throw that in the mix, like you know, helping the body get better and regenerate is, um, you know, always a good thing. And if Shazandra is working for you, I would say double down on it. You know,
Well,
it's great because you get a big dosage. It's a very inexpensive oil. You can use it a lot. You can go crazy with it. And you know, there's just tons of benefits with utilizing that.
um, and then I just wanted to, I haven't used it, so I will begin to use it. On my thyroid, should I continue with, should I use the clove? I think you said to use clove.
Yeah, I would use clove. Yeah, clove is one of the better oils for the thyroid, you know. Very balancing to the thyroid. So if it's too high or too low, it will help to try to balance that.
Okay, and then, how about, can I just ask you, would I test stronger for the fascia release or the immune support?
For which one? Fascial release or immune support?
Uh-huh,
Immune support.
thank you
Yeah.
very much.
You're so welcome. Yeah. I mean, especially going into cold and flu season, but you know, the thing with the immune support, it's very also like strengthening to the body or invigorating to the body. You know, it's a little bit different than the trees that we're talking about, but it's still like invigorating to the body.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'll be seeing my son, and I know, you know, he travels a lot on public systems and stuff. So thank you. I'll
Yeah.
definitely order that immune
Yeah,
support.
good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then go ahead, Dan, then Molly.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, this is just a general question. Actually, it's more for Di. She's setting up her new office coming up.
Uh-huh.
And for her table, is there a preference for the direction to put like the head or something like that of the east?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you can, like, if you can't, like, you know, because sometimes the lay of the room and it might be small or the
Yeah.
flow of the room, it might be off. I mean, east is always the best direction.
Okay.
For stuff like that, doing holistic practices and trying to stimulate healing. If you can't pull that off, then stick like a very charged, like spiritual picture, like a Tonka or something, where on the wall where the head is directed, like say like east is not going to work, but like, you know, maybe north does or something like that. Still invigorating to the body, but if you put the spiritual image up on that, you create like a false east, you know, like a,
Oh,
you know, you're kind of manipulating the energy of the room to create like what east does. And so you can do it that way as well.
okay, great,
Yeah.
great. And for kind of like like clearing the room. You know,
Mhm.
we thinking of, we normally, when we clear stuff, we put like sage, sage the rooms and behind the doors and
Mhm.
all that sort of thing. Is there, but it's in an office with other people, so I'm not sure, burning something's going to work out so good. But would then doing the same thing with an essential oil kind of thing work
Yeah,
the
use
same way?
camphor.
Camphor.
Camphor would be really super good for cleaning that up.
Okay.
Camphor is really quite cleansing. Eucalyptus smitty would also work. Palo Santo would work, but for me, I tend to use camphor a lot. Hyssop would also work. So if she wants to mix it up, but camphor is good. It's inexpensive. You can go crazy with it, and it also helps the healing process for people who are in there. So I mean, all of them would, but camphor would also be one of the ones that's very fortifying and good for respiratory issues and good for the immune system. And so just diffusing camphor, or I have a couple chiropractors that um I have them just make like a spray bottle, like dump a bunch of camphor in with some alcohol, and just in between clients they just kind of would spritz the room a little bit, and so it kind of gives it that like nice medicine smell, because there's bad medicine smells and good medicine smells,
Yeah.
right? And so
Yeah.
it kind of gives it that good medicine smell. It's kind of refreshing and uplifting a bit, but it's also very purifying to the room. And if you need to spray it on the table to clean up the table physically, it would also work for that as
Yeah,
well.
alcohol would help with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And then great, because I was going to ask about that too, between like, kind of like the maintenance thing.
Uh-huh.
Is there like a maintenance thing, like a maintenance window, like every 6 months, 3 months, or a week? You kind of just want to keep the room clean because I mean, there's a whole lot of energy stuff going there, and I've asked her to like cut cords after patients and stuff like that because I think that kind of will help with not her not getting contaminated.
Sure.
Kind of suggested that. But as far as the room goes, is there something you should do like
I
every
would say,
month?
just if you spritz the room from time to time, during the day, you'd be pretty good. And then, depending on how many patients she's seeing, like if you need a good room cleanse, like maybe every couple months or so, like,
Okay.
really go at it. But if you do the maintenance, you won't need to do that very often. You could probably even go longer. But, like the thing with cutting the cords, um, it's contamination, but it's also she might get drained. Because when you're doing healings and stuff, um, and people don't feel good, they'll keep thinking of like, oh, I can't wait to see her again, and I felt so much better, and so there'll be a cord, and there's a little bit of draw of energy from her. So um I remember, like, this is an example. Like, I was doing this talk with I did it with a group of psychologists and marriage family counselors, and I did it also with a group of hospice nurses. And while I was talking, everybody was falling asleep. And I thought, ugh, either I'm really boring or there's a lot of cord activity going on. And so, I showed them how to like, cut their cords. And as soon as they all cut their cords, they were like wide awake. But like
Hmm.
when sitting there, they would just start like dozing off. It's because cords were drawing energy or their life force from them a little bit. Not massively, but if you think about like when you go into a hospital and you're going to see a friend or something that's in the hospital, you get in there and you're like, oh, I'm so tired, right?
Yeah.
It's not even that people are looking at you and courting you, but it's the body that's doing the courting. It's not the person thinking something or emotions, but they see the body is needing life force to get better. So you go walking through there and the body's just seeing Energizer Bunny walking through that's got a lot of juice. And so the body start courting that person. And then all of a sudden you start to get sleepy. And so, you know, it's the same idea, you know, maybe not on that same scale, but it's still the same idea. And so, you know, it's one of the things that any practitioner has to kind of always be aware of is that, you know, when people are sick or ill, their body is going to try to pull energy to try to survive and thrive. And so, you know, it's not even a bad thing. It's just a thing, you know. And so the more that she cuts cords, the more that she'll be able to maintain her her body, you know.
Okay.
And so also doing things that are very fortifying, you know, how like we're talking about with all the big trees and all that.
Okay.
That would also be very helpful, like very fortifying.
Wow, good.
Yeah. And camphor also being one of them. You know, I left that out in my original list, but like birch, camphor, bay laurel, poplar, camphor can be cleaning the room, but it's also very fortifying. And so it's also creating an environment for people to come in and they smell it. It's also fortifying to them. But as a practitioner, she's standing in it all day. It would also be very fortifying to her.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Yeah.
a good um, high cover all the way around. Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're so
See ya.
And go ahead, Lolly, then Paulina.
hey,
Hi. So that was really good, really relaxing.
which oil did you use? I'm curious.
I did eucalyptus radiata as the first
Nice.
one because I haven't worked with eucalyptus for a while. And then the second one I actually did Sitka
Nice.
that I don't work with often, and I'm like, ooh,
Mhm.
I probably should. There's something about it that just the mind, everything just
Sitka is
relaxed.
amazing. Like I
Yeah.
love Sitka. Yeah.
So yeah, and I remember you talked about it before. So
Yeah.
I'll add that more often.
Yeah.
And then so to follow up on yesterday, I did all the things. I pretty much worked I did it pretty quick, but I did the entire vibrational class.
Oh, good.
And I worked it really quick. And then, but I did all the oils and the practices. And then I did spikenard and helichrysum, and I alternated them. Worked with vetiver and worked with spikenard ointment. Pretty much all over, like the neck and the.
Good for you.
So I'm like, okay, we need to like the head feels lighter because like yesterday it was constantly like the nonstop. It's still there. It's a little bit lighter.
Mhm.
The neck, the shoulder situation, again, each time I move it, I still feel it at the same place.
Mhm.
When I sit and don't move, I don't feel it. But so I guess just keep doing the same things.
Yeah,
and
it's
see-
just going to take a little while. It's moving in
Yeah.
the right direction. It's
right.
Yeah.
It does seem like the spikenard ointment was doing something that the other things for pain didn't really. It seems like it might be working, might be a good option for me, like to use that for the pain as well.
Sure. Yeah,
So-
it is a good pain reliever. It also calms the nervous system down, and it
Mhm.
calms down that spinal thalamic tract.
Right.
You know,
Mhm.
even if you put it on different parts of the body, it still calms down that spinal thalamic tract. So yeah.
Right. So I'll do that. And then so a few things. The pins and needles still like even this morning, it's like still an issue. The spikenard didn't really work.
Remind me where the pins and
So
needles were?
pins and needles, it's mainly like lower back, and I've tried using pretty much all the things. The last thing I just used was because I know you have the Nerve Help Arnica Complex ointment, and I
And
have
the pins and needles are close to the spine or away from the spine. Where are the pins and needles at?
I feel like they're closer right now. They're gone, thank God. But it feels like I think they're closer to the spine, and then they kind of gravitate outward. It's mainly lower back, but it goes up as well.
Why don't you do some work to also open up the diaphragm? You know, like hyssop or tolu balsam, you know, myrtle, you know, let's see, hyssops, even Sitka, but like work the, you know, how we were doing that thing yesterday where we did the neck and then the lungs and then the bottom of the rib cage, do the back solar plexus. The idea being that when you open up the diaphragm, it takes pressure off the spine and opens up the little muscles of the spine. Like when the diaphragm's tight, those spinal muscles are tight. And so if you relax the diaphragm, those muscles relax. And they're just these little, like, they go like this and they cross and they just run up and down the spine. They're really tiny little muscles. And when they tighten up, they increase pressure on the spinal nerves, and pins and needles is nerve pain. So
Yeah.
you want to reduce pressure on the spinal nerves.
Okay, I'll try that because this is one of those weird things because even,
Yeah.
like even with regular pain, I can work it really strongly, but with this one, I'm like, okay, I'll try.
Yeah.
And then
And,
yeah,
and then also work your abdomen as well. Like just put some things on your abdomen, work the tension in your abdomen. Just in case that's contributing to some of the spinal tension.
so do some like what,
Yeah, like
marjoram
the spikenard or marjoram.
okay,
Yeah, something.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and then is there any benefit in the nerve help and arnica? That's actually the last thing I use now. I mixed arnica complex ointment with nerve help body tonic. I was like, let's see if the combination, because you have this ointment online, but I was like,
You're mixing them together at the same time, or you're putting one on? And
no, I kind of mix them together. I try to
put the body tonic on, let it dry, and then put the other one on top. Yeah.
okay. Oh, so not okay. So the ointment of the
Yeah,
combination
it'll
is
work
not.
better this way.
So
Yeah.
not do the ointment as a combination, but do the body tonic and then the ointment on
Right.
top.
Right.
Okay. Okay. And then okay, so that's okay. Another thing I was wondering about is the lymphatic blend.
Mhm.
What's in there?
Let's see here. It is rosemary, thyme, sage, cedar, cypress, ginger, frankincense, juniper, birch, helichrysum, and lovage.
Thank you. And then a couple more things. We talked about the birch complex, which I'm going to order tonight. I'm going to order the rollerball, but originally you mentioned it as like a salt bath. Is there any benefit in doing that in addition to the rollerball, doing that as a scrub?
It's just another way of doing it. The thing that's nice about the birch complex is just putting it on the body usually will reduce pain just by itself.
Anyway.
And
Okay.
so the idea with a salt bath is you're just bathing in it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like when
Yeah.
my body's feeling really crappy, that's usually the one I go to. Yeah, I usually go to that one, pain soothe or nerve help.
Mm-hmm.
Because like for me, like I'll be fine, and then I'll do like a ceremony or like some purification with like my purba or something, and I make the body expel a lot, and a lot of times the energy gets stuck in your areas that are compromised. And so it's like a self-induced thing, but then I'll start feeling like pain and discomfort, and I'll put a little bit of birch complex, excuse me, on my wrist, and all that pain goes away. And so you probably can just get by with the rollerball, but I don't think you have a bathtub, right?
No, it's not the best option.
I would just do the rollerball. Yeah.
Okay, I can start with that, and then if needed, I can just do like and then we talked about body temperature yesterday. So when somebody gets really hot, like I'm asking about something that's like temporary solution. Like I have somebody who's like sweating like crazy and I need them to stop. Let's say I'm working on somebody and they keep on like profusely just sweating.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering what would be like a good, like either like maybe a cooling spray to put on the neck or
Actually, use cypress or sage. That usually will
Oh.
stop excessive perspiration.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
then I was okay, cypress or sage, and would you use it on the neck or?
Sage, topically, like on the wrist or inhalation, I'd probably put several drops on the wrist. Cypress, I would have them take it internal.
And if okay, I don't have the option for the person to take it internal. Let's say it's somebody I'm working with, they're not open to that. It needs to be like
You
minimal
could
thing for them.
still try put the cypress on the wrist, but with that, I'd probably do sage.
Okay, but it has to
Yeah.
be on the wrist. Like a spray is not gonna do it.
Wrist or temple, spray probably won't do it. Yeah.
Okay, is there an option that's not requiring it to be on the body?
Not really.
Like if the person is not open to doing that? No.
I mean, maybe inhalation will do it, but
Okay, but it
I've
needs to
always
be.
used it topically. Yeah.
And like how fast does it work? Usually.
Depends on the person. Depends, because that can be all kinds of things. There's, we talk about the endocrine system, but there's also the exocrine system. And then there is autonomic dysfunctions that can cause a lot of excessive sweating. So it's not a magic bullet. Like I mean, it helps, but it would help if it was done more over a period of time. But single dosage
Yeah.
sometimes might reduce it somewhat, but it might not
Yeah.
reduce it like immediately.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because
This
you're
one
having
is,
to shift. I mean, again, we're talking about the state of the body. So
yeah.
you're having to shift the state of the body. So, it's
Okay.
not just a symptom, I guess is what I
Right.
say.
And
Yeah.
and for this specific thing, it's really not about even treating their situation. It's just like really temporary relief of like you're sweating right now. We don't want you to. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like even like makeup
Is that
wise,
like
you
when
do-
you're doing the makeup
when
stuff?
when doing makeup, yeah, and I have to
Yeah.
work with somebody who constantly sweats, and it's like you need to
Mm,
like the body temperature is
I mean, you could try putting cypress on the skin, and the reason, like I know that they probably wouldn't want it, but it doesn't really have a very strong smell.
yeah.
So like you could go, this is like will help
Yeah.
the makeup work better. Let me rub this
Yeah.
on your feet or something,
But on the skin, would it be anywhere? No, it's better on the wrists.
On the wrist or on the feet, on the temples, like
Yeah.
somewhere where it gets in the blood quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll experiment with that. I'll have that. So, next time we can.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, it might help in that situation, but like I would say, probably in those kinds of situations too, they're probably a little bit nervous.
It can be a combination of things. So sometimes it's nervousness and sometimes it's just what the person does
Their body
because of either it can be so many different reasons. So it can it can be anywhere from like health issues, menopause, variety of things.
Mhm.
So okay, thank you. And
Yeah, you're
just one last thing for now. I have other questions, but I'll keep it for later. When you're putting oil on the feet, because so it's better to put it always on the top because it goes in better, or would you ever use it?
Well,
Because I
it
used to use
depends
it
on
on
what
the
you're
bottom.
doing. If you're
Okay.
just trying to get it into the blood, you put it on the top of the feet. But if you're trying to calm down the body and the neurotransmitters and things, the bottom of the foot in between the toes.
That's why we do the spikenard in between the
Mhm.
toes. Okay. And then if you want something just for the immune system, then you would put it like, let's say you're putting immune support. Would you put it just on the
On top of the foot.
on the top? Okay. Thank you.
You're
Okay,
so
perfect. Thanks.
And go ahead, Paulina, then Peter.
Hey,
Hi, good morning to everybody. How are you?
hey, how are you?
Fine, and you? I wanted to ask you something. When I was doing the exercise, I felt my head that was very expanded.
Mhm.
brain
Which plant did you use?
I use cypress and then I use eucalyptus.
Oh, nice.
So I felt like, my whole brain was very expanded,
Uh-huh.
like all the nerves were open into my head was like very, very big. I felt like
Mhm.
it was very expanded, very big, and I
Mhm.
like it very much. And
Yeah.
and I want to ask you something. I'm very empathic. I
Uh-huh.
can feel all the illnesses, all the emotions of the people.
Mhm.
And I like to feel that because I am a healer and I can help them that way.
Mhm.
But I don't want to get sick. So I cut cords, I heal myself, I do
Mhm.
a lot of things. What do you recommend for me?
Well, actually, it's good that you brought that up. And this particular thing is like how we were just talking about fortifying the body. I would choose something out of that group of big trees and use that on a regular basis. Like so, like you said, you used eucalyptus and you used what was the other one you used? Cypress.
Cypress.
Yeah, you could use cypress, spruce or Sitka, one of the cedars, any of those trees will be very fortifying to your system. And, even the idea of like camphor was used in the old days to help prevent infectious diseases and, purify rooms. And so it's very purifying, it's very cleansing, it's very fortifying. And, all the trees like elevate your vibration. And so it would also enhance the healing processes that you're doing.
And I have a patient that she is very open and she's very empathic and she doesn't want I all the time trying to close her third eye, but she feels the energy of the mother of the husband and she is very scared. She doesn't want to go out from her house, and I heal her and heal her and heal her and she's much better. But I told her, if you don't move, nothing is going to move. So you need to, and I cut cords and I heal I take all the fear and everything. I clean her. What do you recommend me for her so she can work with the essences and she can be better? And she can close the third eye. She doesn't want to have it open.
She doesn't want to be as sensitive.
No. Everybody wants to be sensitive. She doesn't want to be sensitive.
Yeah. Is she vegetarian?
No, I don't think so. I can ask her, but I don't think so.
I would just be curious.
Okay.
I mean, reducing sensitivity and, because part of it is like reactivity, like part of it is she's sensing it, but she's also being reactive. I would try like frankincense or sage. I don't know that it's gonna shut down her sensitivity, but it will make her less reactive. And so in a way, that's probably what she's saying is reducing the reactivity that when she feels or senses something. And frankincense would be good. The sage would be good. Yarrow could be good. So I would start with those three. Yeah.
Okay.
So you could just probably have her inhale or put it on the wrist.
Mm-hmm.
With the frankincense, if she's open, you could have her take it internally. But other than that, on the wrist.
Okay. How many
Yeah.
drops
Like 3 or 4.
every day?
I would do it every day. And if she's at first, because she's so sensitive, I would say even maybe a couple of times a day. And then when the sensitivity starts to regulate, then just do maintenance. Like I wear sage a lot, and it's just it's kind of similar but kind of different. Like I'm bouncing from situation to situation, and like I also don't want the body to get overstimulated or triggered, because like emotionally and mentally I'm fine, but sometimes going from situation to situation and they're so different that the body sometimes gets triggered and then starts to stress out. And so the
Mhm.
wearing of sage helps to reduce that quite substantially. And so kind of the same idea. And so I'll go back and forth between frankincense and sage, but I usually use sage more. But yarrow would also work. I use a tincture of yarrow sometimes when I'm really feeling like my body's might start getting triggered a little bit. And so, when I start getting triggered, I start getting wound up, I don't sleep well, the body gets agitated, I start bumping into things and, not paying attention, like, like, I don't want to say checked out, but like my focus isn't the greatest. And so, I use the yarrow to calm all that down. So,
Okay, and if I don't have my thyroid physically, because they put me yodo, I don't know how to say it. They okay, I don't have a thyroid anymore, so I can work the same because I have it energetically, right?
right, exactly.
So I work with my energetic thyroid.
Sure.
Okay, because I'm drinking medicine and everything. Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Peter, then Brenda.
Hey, Peter.
Hey, Greg. I have kind of a long range question and then a couple of shorter questions. I guess I'll start with the long range one.
Okay.
I've been kind of on before the storm even, I've been kind of on a Buddhist journey. I've always been interested in Buddhism, and so some of the things I've been reading, one of a book called Dzogchen meditation,
Mhm.
and the idea of that so-called standard meditation is not necessary, or it's trying to expand the scope of what meditation is and to bring it into your life, and that's kind of what I would like to have happen. Like, in other words, if I'm working either physically or on the computer, or whether I want to be able to, well, for one thing, not be stressed out. That's kind of the first level. But then the next is kind of be aware of, to have presence.
Mhm.
I guess that's what I'm looking for. Instead of getting lost or emotionally entangled in my work, or even not even emotionally entangled, but just I noticed in a lot of the physical work I've been doing after the storm and before the storm, I can still kind of be aware, like say, hey, this isn't what I'm here for. But at the same time have presence in saying this is useful. I'm present, I'm aware that I have a certain level of awareness. But I would like to have that on at a deeper level, like say even when I'm walking down the street, when I can have more presence or focus on at a soul level. Does
Mhm.
that make sense at all?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the stuff that, like, when we are teaching stuff, when we're talking about the intuitive processes, that's kind of what you're describing. You're using different words, but it's the same idea. And intuition, a lot of times people think of intuition as just taking in information that the intellectual mind, the something that's, like the intellectual mind is of the senses, but people see intuition as gathering pieces of information that the senses don't get, but they think about it like in an intellectual way, when really intuition is like being present and learning and observing and being watchful. Like, so the thing that you're talking about is the cultivation of observing or watchfulness. And
Yeah.
the idea of the meditation is not even the meditation itself or even the experience. It's like the practicing of watchfulness. And in
Okay.
doing so, there's processes that begin to happen, because really what you're developing, you can actually do it even without meditation. Like, meditation is a way, but it's
Yeah.
not the only way. And you're developing the cognitive processes to be able to perceive and realize your higher consciousness or your true nature. And
Yeah.
like you said, to be able to do it walking down the street or in the middle of the computer. And like I had a teacher when we thought we're like, my heart's really activated, he'd go, really? Let's activate your heart. And he'd take us down to the DMV and go, okay, now activate your heart.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
okay, you
That's-
you can activate your heart anywhere. Like,
Yeah.
we're at the
That's like,
DMV, go
yeah, that's
stand in
like
line and
going,
activate your heart.
yeah, that's like going to the burial grounds, like
Right,
talk about in India and Tibet. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And so, and the idea is, to be able to tap in or to be always aware of that higher consciousness, or your true nature, whatever you're doing. And
Yeah.
it could be in the middle of the computer thing, and doesn't mean you're meditating on it, but at the same time it's there. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Right.
And there's times where you sit and contemplate where it would be even stronger. But even when you're in the middle of doing some menial task, you're still aware of it on some level. And so any of the things that you do with like increasing or improving the intuitive processes. And so one of the quick and easy ways to do that is, you see this in a lot of the Buddhist tankas, you see it in the Egyptian tradition, is the lotus, the blue lotus. And the lotus is for helping one to develop the cognitive processes to recognize and experience the higher consciousness or your true nature, your Buddha nature. Or in Christian and in Jewish traditions, you would say the soul. The soul and the Buddha nature are the same. There's just different. It's kind of interesting, like saying it as like the soul, it's almost like it's a thing, and the Buddha nature is almost like it's a process. So it's the same, but it is slightly different. But
Yeah.
um experiencing the soul or the Buddha nature is really more of a process than a thing. So it is beyond the senses. And the intellect, it really can't touch it. You can prep the intellect to be able to process it, but it is really more that intuitive side. And so the use of like ingesting the blue lotus is like, it doesn't get you all the way there, but it gets you on the freeway. You know what I mean? Like, you
Right.
might not be there, but you know the route and you're getting on the freeway. And so,
Is that with the Styragic blue
yeah,
lotus, or?
the spagyric lotus. But even in shamanic traditions and stuff, they make a tea out of it, or they eat it. Or before I started doing the spadgery, I used to get like powdered capsules of it, and I would take the powdered capsules. And because even from like a holistic point of view, they would say it makes the brain function better, it makes the mind work better. And so that's helpful. But like how we're talking about doing the plant teachers and the crystal skull thing. And basically we're taking about 60 of like 55 of the single oils and talking about like their intuitive quality. And you could say that plant teacher thing is like the science of inspiration. And part of what you're talking about here is also in our normal everyday mind or intellectual mind, it's a lot of repetition, right? It's a lot of just doing the same thing over and over again. You're doing maintenance. You know how to go to the store. You know how to balance your checkbook. You know how to do these things, and you're doing them, and you try to be more efficient about it. But that still doesn't touch that higher nature. But there's moments where you feel something happening, and you, even from that state, you feel something that's beyond the senses. Another
Is that,
saying that is inspiration. And
is that
so,
like spontaneous moments? Is it?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, very spontaneous moments.
Yeah. All right.
And
Yeah, I've
so
had that happen.
in the Buddhist tradition, and also in the practices that came out of Mexico, Central and South America, there's versions of this in Egypt and things too, but you do a purification on the five senses so that the senses get like almost like spiritualized in a way, so that they can perceive the things in the world, but they can also perceive something even greater. And so this increases the potential for inspiration. And then, we are taking each of the single plants and then using them, because each plant has like a message for the intuition, or it has a type of inspiration that can happen. And so the way that I was talking about it was like you can kind of create your own little programs to access the things that you want to. But basically what you're doing is you were like, I would like inspiration in this area. I would like inspiration in this area. I would like inspiration here. I would like inspiration there. So if you're trying to be more spontaneous, what do I use for inspiration in that area? If I want to be, let me even look at some of these things. Like I'm going to start just pulling things out of my head here.
Yeah, I just want to share that with, I have been feeling inspired like in my off moments when I have the time, and it's like really magical in a way, like going to the beach and like just feeling like almost like I'm in a different space, like a really beautiful space.
Nice.
Or like to write a poem and take 100 photographs of the seagulls, that kind of thing.
Right. Very nice. Yeah. Like experiencing nature is a good way to do it.
Yeah.
Like, so like I'll just throw out some ideas, like elevating the mind. That would be frankincense. Intuitional, like learning, which is really intuition, but still I throw in intuitional learning just so it was clear, would be like cistus, like being outgoing and being able to express yourself.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's one thing I'm lacking, is expressing myself.
Like remembering, like the idea of like not remembering like, oh, what happened when I was in fifth grade, but like remembering who you are, or remembering your like lessons you've learned, or how sometimes in deep states you have this like, I see the meaning of life, and then you come back into your body and you go, wait, what was I thinking about? Like, what, it was something about the meaning of something, like, and you have a hard time like recalling it.
Yeah.
One that works really well for that is Hyssop. Like Hyssop works amazing for that.
Okay.
It's about being able to bring something from those higher states into your normal everyday mind. And in a way, that's actually what you're kind of even describing, is
Yeah.
like being able to bring those higher states into everyday consciousness. Like another way of saying that is remembering. And so Hyssop, and I mean, I'll run you through the process if you want. Like,
Sure.
let's like, do you have Hyssop?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
Definitely.
pull out Hyssop. Everybody, if you have Hyssop, pull that out. But if you don't, pull out one of the plants that you like, and I'll just run you through a little bit of a process. So we're making this like master kit, so that kind of covers a lot of ground, so that you could just pull out anything you want and work it. But we'll first do the purification on the five senses, which doesn't even take very long, but we'll use like blends for that. And then after that, we'll jump right in and start doing this. And so Your awareness is on your heart. You know, and again, if you don't have hyssop, just use one of the oils that you have. It will do something different, but you'll still get to enjoy the process. Your awareness is on your heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now let the heart go, and your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Which one are you using? Mhm. You're still on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And let go of the sex chakra and go up to your temples. Like right here on your temples. And then your awareness is on the temples and the sex chakra both at the same time. Your awareness is on your temples and sixth chakra both at the same time. Now go to your spine. Your whole spine. What does this one do? Hmm. Your awareness is on the spine. And then move your awareness to the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Yeah, so much. And just let go. So we'll do a little bit more of that. We are going to have to move over to the Sunday Sacred Space with Astara. But Peter, let's continue our conversation right after lunch, and we'll
Okay.
talk about this more, and then your other questions, and
Okay,
then
thank you so
everybody
much, Greg.
else's questions. But I hope that felt good. But we'll talk about it more.
Yeah, great, thanks.
So we'll see you. We're going to take a break, do lunch, come back at 1:30 Central Time, but we're moving over to the Astara session. Join us if you can. We'll do a little meditation, and then at 1:30 we'll pick up right where we left off. So keep your questions, write them down, and I'll see you in an hour and a half. Hey, everybody, let's come on back.
So we left off with Peter, and then I did take a picture of the hands that were raised in the chat. So I'm going to go through that list. If for some reason the person isn't back yet, we'll just go to the next person. But go ahead, and Peter.
How did that that little thing treat you there, Peter?
Oh, you know what? Give me a second. I have to make it so they can unmute themselves. Okay, great. Okay. Go ahead, Peter. Go ahead and talk, Peter. I can't hear you yet.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I had some Wi-Fi issues. I had to call, use my, I had to use my iPhone to tether to my computer. Yeah, my other two minor questions had to do, one with my eyes that have been, I guess a lot of people call it dry eye, but
Mhm.
I've been dealing with this issue for like 4 years now, it seems like, and it kind of gets, it alleviates itself sometimes, but I'm even taking doxycycline with the recommendation of my dermatologist because she thought it would be rosacea of the eyes. And so that helped a little bit, but I don't like the idea of taking that. And I've been doing other things too in the past, and it doesn't really do much. I mean, my eyes are kind of like, I can see fine. It's just that they kind of look like when I look in the mirror, they look blurry, you know, they're like my eyes aren't clear like they used to be.
And have you tried using Shazandra consistently for a while?
No, the answer to that is no. I do remember you suggested that a number of years ago, and I think I did use it, but then the bottle uh, fell off the shelf and emptied itself, so I didn't continue that. So I should buy another bottle and use
Yeah,
that.
and the thing is like Shazandra helps to moisten all the mucous membranes, including the eyes. And so, you know, a lot of times it can be allergies, or even in a more extreme, we can have an autoimmune issue that's very specific just to the eyes. Or
Oh,
sometimes it's just your body's not using water the way that it should. And it doesn't really matter what the cause is. The Shazandra usually is very good at reducing that. And
okay.
so, you know,
Now,
I know
can that be a
Samantha
top?
kind of will use it, like her eyes will feel dry, and in a dosage or two, she'll start to feel that her eyes are getting better, you know, and you'll have to use it like maybe not every day, but like semi regular, and it should
Now,
improve the eyes. But when they start dehydrating, they'll start
yeah.
degenerating and breaking down. Yeah.
Yeah, the regular eye drops help in that respect too, a
Sure.
little, but it is temporary. So with the Shazandra, is it just breathing it or is it topical
No,
or
it's
what?
taken internal. Like
Oh,
it's
internal. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
2 or 3 drops internally.
Oh,
Like
okay.
I mean, you could even do 3 or 4 drops internally, and do it kind of consistently for a bit, and it should be quite
Okay.
helpful.
Okay, great. I'm going to order some of that. And the other question I had is just kind of like well, actually, you know, I was going to ask this anyway. before you gave me the hyssop protocol.
Mhm, mhm.
And that was with the same issue that I was talking about. Would there be a stack that you could recommend for me utilizing any of the
Oh, for that?
yeah.
Yeah. I would do the part for Vajrayana, which is literally means what we're talking about. You know, cultivating the ability to perceive and experience the higher nature and move from speculation.
Mhm.
So that
It's called Vajrayana, the protocol.
mhm, yeah,
And that
it's
probably
number
utilizes the Vajra Yogini oil.
right.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite oils.
Yeah, that one, the one for the three brains, which the oil for that is Shabumi.
Okay.
The one for sustained awareness.
Oh, that's what I could use, sustained awareness.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
sustained awareness, and for that one,
It's Buddha Mind,
Buddha
number
Mind.
43.
Yeah, and then I'd probably do a assemblage point in there as well.
Okay.
Yeah, which is the blend assemblage point. Like do those
And-
as a stack. Yeah.
Okay. And as far as the actual protocol of which of the three books would that be? Because some of them have, some of them have the directions a little bit different. Like it starts with the left, right, the left side, the front side, the right side, and the rear, and then some protocols start with a different direction.
They're all are the same. The different direction is when you're doing the advanced. So for a
Oh.
stack, you're just doing the standard approach. So left,
Okay.
front, right, back.
Right. Okay. Left,
Yeah.
front, right, back. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thanks a lot, Greg. Appreciate
You're
it.
so welcome.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna go in order of the ones that hands were raised. Brenda was next, but she's not here right now. So go ahead, Lucinda, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I wanted to ask if you had some advice. My grandson has really large tonsils, and they're trying not to remove them, but it gives him sleep apnea and some other issues. But I was thinking Bay Laurel might be helpful, but I wasn't sure exactly the protocol because he's only
Bay-
2.
Yeah, Bay Laurel. Oh, he's only 2. Like
Yeah.
think
So I
that-
didn't want to do anything without some advice with a 2-year-old.
So there's this herb, I almost started making it. But there's this herb that you can probably find on Amazon. I get it as a tincture, and it's called a red root.
Okay.
And you would give them, that age, maybe 10, 12 drops at a time and a little bit of like water or juice or whatever. And that usually will clean up tonsils quite substantially. It's used in children a lot, but anytime there's a tonsil issue, that is one of the go-to things. It's very old school, but I prevented kids from having their tonsils out back, many years ago by just either doing a tea of red root or like the tincture where you just add like 8, 10, 12 drops. And it just really cleans up the tonsils. Yeah.
So it reduces the inflammation, the size of them, or
Mhm.
just cleans
And it
up
helps clean them out. Yeah. But it
Okay.
definitely reduces the inflammation. So, I
definitely worth a
mean,
try.
if you have a hard time finding it, let me know. I had some that I was starting to make, but I think it's still probably like a week or 2 out. I was just doing it to have it in stock. I was probably going to add it to some blends of other tinctures.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, if you can't find it for some reason, well, I can get you some. So, but you
Okay.
should be able to find it on Amazon.
Okay, I'll look for it.
Yeah.
And
Not something you'd find in a normal health food store. You'll have to go because it's super old school. It's super, super old school. Yeah.
okay, that's great. And also when you were talking about the different, you know, pines and cedars, and
Mhm.
could you? I didn't catch what all of the different ones were specifically for, but I guess that was all on the recording. I could get it. Never mind.
It was all about the stimulation of fortifying the body and regeneration. So, you know, we regenerate physically, but we also regenerate emotionally, mentally, and then eventually what we call a spiritual practice a lot of times is an amplification of that regeneration in the body, emotions, and mind that continues with a deeper connection to the soul. And so another way of saying regeneration would be resurrection. You know, resurrection would be making space for greater soul contact or greater soul alignment. And so that idea of regenerating the body, you know, or healing the body starts off with addressing the body, and then you start to notice like, oh, I have a better sense of well-being and my emotions are getting more refined, and like higher emotions are becoming easier to access. And then you'll start to notice like my mind is getting better, my mind is getting clearer, and then pretty soon you start having deeper spiritual experiences and things of that nature. And so, you know, for me, when I first started doing meditation, I was horrible at it. Like I would sit and my body would be still, but like you know, I would feel quiet, I would feel peaceful, but it's not that my heart got bigger or my mind quite, you know, I would just sit there and like go, okay, I'm resting. Well, what is supposed to be happening now? And you know, I did all kinds of things to break out of it, but you know, I did different practices, but one of the things that I did is I started working with Hallows and Sitka quite a bit, and even Sistis a bit. And it fortified the body, and then eventually the emotions, and then eventually the mind. And the place where I really noticed it was when it hit the mind. And the mind started quieting down and started to be less reactive, and I would say other parts of my mind started working that had been dormant for a very long time. And so it helps to contribute to better like function of the body and systems, but eventually it becomes easier for you to activate the heart, because most of those trees are either activating the heart or the crown or sometimes both. And you're just helping to activate those upper faculties, and as that happens, you know, it impacts the emotions, impacts the mind, and eventually your spiritual practice.
And I think you just alluded to what I was kind of going for. The question was cedars were, I think you said, activating the mind and the
Yeah, cedar, heart, and crown. And the cedar is very interesting because it mixes the energy between the heart and crown, which is even a step past just activating something. And so that is one of the goals, like when you're starting to try to experience like your higher faculties, is the mixing between heart and crown energy. And so cedar does it quite well. Poplar does it too very well. And so doing that, it's helping the body to regenerate and recover, and it's like you're increasing the potential for rest and repair. Like, you know, we try to increase the vagal tone and everything so that we can go into rest and repair mode, but at some point, even there, we hit like a wall or a ceiling where we tone it and it works, but only works so well. And so regeneration is pushing it past that threshold, and you're going deeper into a greater potential for rest and repair. And in that greater potential is when we start having shifts in the emotional body and the mind, and then eventually your spiritual experiences. But physically, when you get injured or when you're, throw your back out or whatever, that potential, like you able to go and rest even deeper, that level of rest is what helps the body recover at a very rapid rate, or almost at a miraculous rate. So I had this one old client, like they were from many years ago, and he had been diagnosed with prostate cancer. And with prostate cancer, it's a cancer that grows very slowly. So they usually don't treat it super aggressively. They try treating it a number of different ways. And so, he was in the middle of having that evaluated and getting that treated and, all those things. And in that, he was skiing, and somebody slammed into him, and like basically his pelvis got like kind of shattered. Like, it's like they had to reconstruct his pelvis. And so he was in the hospital for like 6-8 weeks. And in that, his wife said that he was just sleeping crazy, bless you. He sleeping crazy, like deep and long periods of time. And so, the doctors were very happy with how he recovered from the hip reconstruction and all of that. And, he went through a little bit of physical therapy and learned how to, move his legs again and all of that. And then he went to the cancer doctor, and they went to evaluate the prostate cancer, and all of that, the prostate cancer was gone. And, everybody was saying it's a miracle, and, it is a miracle. But what happened was, if you look at it mechanically, is his body was going into such deep repair mode, and he was able to tap into that with his potential. Like if he just had good vagal tone but didn't have great potential, like he would rest, but he wouldn't rest deep. But he was really going deep into repair mode. In that deep repair mode, the cancer got cured. Like they weren't treating it while he was going through all of that. And even the treatments they were doing were very slow. They were not very aggressive. And so in treating the broken hip, he actually also cured cancer. And it was because that potential, he had a great potential of going super deep into that rest and repair mode and regenerating. And, he was a busy guy. So without that accident, he probably wouldn't have gone that deep. But he had nothing to do but to repair himself. And that's what happened. Yeah.
And the potential is kind of related to
The regeneration or fortifying the body. The more you fortify the body, the more you have a deeper potential of healing. And here a couple of times, the last like 4 or 5 months, like I've had decades of like having back pain, and I manage it and everything. And sometimes it's little, and sometimes it would be quite substantial, because I broke my back when I was 21, 22. And there's times where it gets pretty unbearable, but it's been kind of a fluctuating constant through the last, few decades. And the last 5 months or so, I have been like pain-free in that area. Like I haven't had that since I was 21 or 22. And part of it was we went on to this vacation where I didn't do anything. We took like 4 or 5 days, and I just rested really intensely. And there was a couple of days that I was in pretty excruciating pain, and I was like, I gotta take a nap. And I would go take this really intense, super deep nap. And when I'd get up, I was like, oh, the pain's getting better. And, didn't put anything on it. I just went to bed and did it a couple more times. And I mean, it's been 35 years since I've been pain-free like this. And I mean, it's been like 5-6 months now. Well, it's been the
Wow.
beginning of July. So what is that? 4 months, 5 months. So, yeah, and that's just that power of regeneration. Like it was more than just like, oh, I took a nap or I had sleep. I mean, I had that deep sleep where you wake up and you're like, where am I? Like, oh, like, it was intense. And that's hard to reach unless you really kind of keep fortifying the body. And when you do, the body can go to those deeper states. And so eventually that turns into what we talk about as going into the inner world or being able to have spiritual experiences. But on a more superficial level, it's just the ability to repair the body, get into deeper levels of healing and regeneration. And so all those different big trees are fortifying in a way that it's more than just vagal tone, and it's more than just, stimulating rest and repair. You're stimulating a potential there. And when you have that greater potential, your body tends to bounce back from really severe things.
Oh, thank you. For some reason they're clicking with me, and so I want to explore those more.
Yeah. Well, on the break after we were talking about, like, I know this one, like we were like, I'm gonna put some cedar on, I'm gonna put some stick on, like, we're sitting there talking about it. I was like, I usually use one of them, like fir Fraser or I like Siberian fir a lot, but Sitka is probably my most favorite out of them all. And I'll wear that, but I was even talking about like, I'm going to take them all and put them together and make a giant tree blend and just,
There you go. I
yeah,
lined them all. I got all the ones I had and lined them up. Okay, now I got to see which ones do what.
right.
I neglected to ask, jumping back to the red root so I can get off and let someone else ask. How often should we give this to him?
Oh, I
He's a
would do
pretty
it
big kid.
daily,
Once a
even
day?
twice a day, until that resolves. Yeah.
Okay.
You definitely could use red root for a long period of time if necessary. I never found that I needed to do it more than a week or two, but
Okay.
there was a couple of times where kids were about to have the surgery, and
Mhm.
we'd try the last attempt, and so we'd go at it a little bit more aggressive, being like 3 times a day. But I think twice is enough, and usually a week or two is good. Every once in a while you would need to do it longer, but like if you get a tincture bottle of it, you probably won't have to buy it twice. Like, it'll be plenty for all of that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Brenda, then Malkia.
All right.
Hey, Brenda.
Hi, this has just been exactly what I needed at this time. So I'm just
good.
super, super grateful for the format and for the information. Yesterday I was falling asleep with the rosemary exercise, how we were using that.
Mhm.
And I've been having difficulty sleeping. And so when I went to bed last night, I said, I'm going to do some rosemary and this will be perfect. But I could not fall asleep after the rosemary.
Yeah, I would probably do it more during the day. It's not so much a stimulant, but it does energize the brain and the mind. And sometimes part of falling asleep is being fatigued enough to like fall asleep.
Okay.
And so I don't know that it would keep you awake, but like sometimes if you're not feeling too tired, I mean, I have that issue sometimes. Like if I'm not super tired, I won't like sleep very good, very deep. And so I would say use it maybe more in the morning, in the afternoon, and then by evening, I would just let your body go to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I did start using I want to call it Shazam, but it's
Shazandra.
yeah,
Mhm.
that one. Because my eyes get dry.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know that I don't know that I should take that near bedtime either. I wanted to check with you. It felt
Oh
like,
yeah, that one definitely take before bedtime. Like
okay.
that's probably the best time to take it. It doesn't necessarily help you fall asleep, but it usually will help you stay like asleep in the deeper stages of sleep for longer. And so that's one that you could totally take like right before bed or an hour before bed, however you want to do it. But
Okay,
yeah,
and
that one's fine.
internally or on
Yeah,
the,
internal.
okay,
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
couple drops with,
Yeah, I would do 2 or 3. Like if you're having really bad dry eyes, you might want to do 4,
okay,
but that should be plenty.
once a day or
Yeah,
more?
just once a day. Just like do it in the evening. I mean,
Okay.
if you're having really bad effects, not just there, but in the mucous membranes, we could do it, 2 or 3 times a day. But usually for like dry eyes and things, once a day is plenty.
Okay. And then when you spoke about the lemon,
Uh-huh.
supporting mineral balance.
Yeah, like when the body like is depleted in some minerals, or in medical aromatherapy they would call it demineralization. There's an imbalance in the minerals, or there's a depletion of the minerals, or serum levels are down. Even if you're taking supplements to complement that with the use of lemon internally, will help stabilize and balance out the mineral levels in the body. And it's not a super fast way to take the body out of defense mode or the fight flight mode, but over a period of time, it will calm that down little by little.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
what stood out to me is I believe there's something I have difficulty with water, and the balance of minerals and water. I'm not sure.
hmm
So that's what stood out to me as you said that. How much should I take of the lemon?
So lemon, you could take 4 or 5 drops 2, 3 times a day. Like, lemon you could be pretty liberal with. And yeah, you could the lemon and Shazendra work really well together for that kind of stuff. Like if you're not getting like enough water, or you're a little bit dehydrated, that combination of Shazendra and lemon should help to diminish that.
Okay.
And so even in something like that, I've even used it in a couple of cases of like people who had like jaw issues, like bruxing, and they weren't really responding to other things. I had that combination that I used because like they would be fine, and then sometimes the pain would become like very excruciating.
Mm-hmm.
And so that combination, the Shazendra helps your body utilize water better, and then the lemon has an effect on the minerals and things like that. That combination seemed to really help with the bruxing and the TMJ.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't work quick. It's one of those things that you have to do it for a little while, but over a period of time, it did reduce the symptoms quite substantially. And so that combination can be used for a lot of different things. But if you're already having some issues there, I mean, go ahead and do it, and it makes your water or your tea or whatever you're drinking taste a little bit better. But yeah.
Well, I have sometimes a repulsion to drink water, and I
hmm
understand it, and I know I
hmm
need to drink.
hmm
And so there was something about that mention of these two that really drew me, and maybe that will be supportive of that.
So you could put the lemon just in your like a water bottle or something, and then you're drinking a nice lemony like lemonade or something. You know what I mean? Like you can even add a little bit more than 4 or 5 drops, and then just sip on it through the day, and
Will that
you
be hard on the teeth?
shouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I have two other questions.
Mhm.
Are there any cedars? I love all the tree oils that you mentioned. Are any of the cedars good for bone regeneration or?
Bone regeneration, like in what way?
Well, like with osteopenia or osteoporosis.
Yeah, boy, there's nothing really great for that. Even in herbs, there's some herbs that sometimes work, sometimes don't. But the best thing for that is just it can be very light, but weight-bearing exercise is the best way to regenerate that stuff.
Okay.
Even the herbs and oils that kind of work sometimes wouldn't work as well as just a little bit of weight-bearing exercise. And it doesn't have to be like crazy weights. It could be just like a 2 pound thing that you sit there and watch TV for a little bit and, just do that. That's your best bet.
All right.
Yeah.
Then my last question, what's the difference between eucalyptus golden Smitty and the regular Smitty?
How they're processed. So the golden Smitty is like a little bit of a sharper smell. You know how like eucalyptus kind of has that, whoa,
Yeah.
it's a little stronger that way. Yeah, it's just they're distilled a little bit differently. And so the eucalyptus golden Smitty is got a little bit of a sharper smell, but they both have the same therapeutic properties. But when you're doing it for the scent, you could use that if you wanted.
Okay. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
you're so welcome. For myself, I just use regular eucalyptus Smitty. I use the golden sometimes if there's like a respiratory thing or something, but pretty much I just use the regular
The
eucalyptus Smitty.
regular. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Malkia, then Sonia.
Hey, Malkia.
I think I lowered your hand before we got you unmuted. Let's get you unmuted.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Okay, I'm great. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
I don't know if you saw my email I sent you.
It was in the last day or two. I haven't looked at emails.
Okay, yeah. So this is my issue.
Mhm.
I have an immunity situation.
Okay.
Okay, I have psoriasis. I take Skyrizi for my psoriasis.
Mhm.
Okay, one of the side effects of Skyrizi is it lowers your immunity.
Right.
Okay, so therefore I was suffering with upper respiratory infections like every couple of months.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was looking for ways to boost my immunity. I started taking echinacea and elderberry tea, which really, really helps. But you can't take that too much, too often,
Right.
because then you have side effects from echinacea, which loosens your stool, and you can't.
And it complicates the psoriasis potentially, just because psoriasis is an autoimmune issue that, happens in the skin. And so if you use it too much, it'll start stimulating that thing that the medication is trying to treat.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Like there's some things that you can kind of use to boost immunity in times when there's autoimmune issues. So there's a couple of things. One being Moroccan thyme. And Moroccan thyme is a softer thyme. And not only does it boost the immune system, but it helps to regulate the thymus. And so it actually helps to regulate the contributing factors to autoimmune issues.
Oh,
And so that would be a good safe thing to where you could take it pretty consistently and it should not complicate anything. 2 or 3 drops internally 1 to 2 times a day would be pretty okay. And it would actually help with the regulation of the immune system. And so that would work. And then the other thing that you could use is cordyceps. And that's a mushroom, it's a like a tincture. It's not an oil, but like a dropper full of that 1 to 2 times a day. Very good for the immune system, but very good for the respiratory system. And in fact, I even use that to treat people who have pretty chronic asthma. Like I do a little concoction of a few different things, that being one of them. And there's even been studies where in the extreme where people have had like kidney transplants and things like that, where you have to follow very similar immune protocols because the immune system will attack the transplanted organs because it's a foreign, you know, substance. It's a foreign body. And so in the extreme, you know, transplants like that are like you really try to calm down the immune system and basically make the immune system substantially weaker so that it doesn't attack those organs. But cordyceps is one of the things that you can use, and it doesn't make the immune system attack the body. And so, you know, with psoriasis, your body is producing more cells than are necessary. You know, instead of one cell, it's generating 2 or 3. And so I would try those 2 things. And if you wanted to, like putting something like spikenard on the psoriasis can be helpful, but there's also parsley sometimes can be helpful. And there's another oil called gurgeon balsam, and gurgeon balsam can be helpful. Even myrrh sometimes can be helpful, but I would probably go spikenard or gurgeon balsam first. And you just put it on those areas neat. But the gurgeon balsam and the spikenard have a very strong balancing effect on the skin, and they're calming and soothing to the immune system and the nervous system. So it should help balance out the skin and minimize like the potential for outbreaks and things like that.
Okay. Well, on Skyrizi, I haven't had any outbreaks.
Good.
I've been on it for maybe like 3-4 years.
Oh, good. Okay.
And so my skin is like perfect.
Oh, tremendous. Good for you.
But the problem was the breaking down of the immune system.
Yeah. Let's stick with the Moroccan thyme though, and the cordyceps. Let's just have you do that. And I think that should be, you know, it won't be a magic bullet, but it will kind of work probably how like your echinacea and your elderberry would. I mean, you can still take the elderberry and the echinacea. You would just maybe do smaller dosages and like a little bit more consistently through the day. And that way you still get the benefit of it, but you don't, you don't cause some of the problems that would come from big dosages, or you wouldn't stimulate any sort of autoimmune issue. So it's interesting if you have been using that and your skin's been good, even with echinacea and the elderberry, I would maybe just back off a little tiny bit of that, because you're not stimulating. Like if you're on that medication, you're not having psoriasis outbreaks. Just back it off so you don't get quite the side effects of it. Augment with the cordyceps and the Moroccan thyme, but I would still use the echinacea and the elderberry. I just wasn't use as much. And that could be kind of your little concoction there that would work.
Right, that's what I was looking for. Some kind of, you know, rotating routine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question, I suffer with constant mucus drainage. I'm also a chronic migraine sufferer, just FYI. But so is there anything I can use to dry up my mucus?
Yeah, so a couple of different things you could use. Angelica sometimes will work for that, but terebinth is very good for that. Like you would have to inhale it quite a bit, but terebinth is made from a particular kind of pine wood. But out of everything, it's more drying than some of the other things. You know, there's things that are very good for reducing mucus, things like anula, like myrrh, you know, eucalyptuses. You know, there's things that will work for that. But as far as drying things up, terebinth is one of the best things. So you could inhale it close to your nose, and you could also diffuse it, and you could put a few drops on your chest so that you're inhaling it, you know, throughout the day. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Because that's a very big problem for me.
So it's running. It's not just like impacted.
Right, no, it just
Right.
runs.
Yeah, terebinth might work, and sometimes with the running, I've used Angelica to stop the running sometimes, you know, where it's
How
just
do I
like
take
beeping.
Angelica?
You would still take that internal. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
how many drops?
Like 2 or 3 drops. You know, you could use Angelica seed. It's a little less expensive. It works pretty good.
Okay,
And so you could do that. And we also have a tincture of Angelica seed that also has some essential oil in it, as well as the herbal extract. And so you could do it that way as well.
okay, okay, great. Oh, you're a lifesaver as always.
Oh,
Thank
you're
you.
so sweet. You're so sweet. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah, good talking with you.
always. Stay blessed, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have the Angelica tincture on the site yet, so I'll get that up on the
Okay.
site.
Yeah, so yeah, we have it. I just apparently we haven't put it on the site. I've been using it personally, but
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be
yeah,
looking
so
for it.
we'll have it up by tonight or in the morning.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Dorothy.
Hey, Sonia.
Let's get you unmuted.
Now does it sound?
Yes, you're good to go.
For that last piece we did with the hyssop, what was that for?
That's from the science of inspiration, the plant teachers and the crystal skull. And so hyssop is for remembering, but like that kind of remembering is remembering things that are in like that you experience in the intuitive state, and you're bringing it forth into the intellectual mind. So that little practice with the hyssop in that particular pattern was specifically for that. You know, we're going to do the crystal skull plant teachers class. That is like the science of inspiration. So it's being able to bring in different aspects of the intuitive mind into the intellectual mind, or into your everyday mind. And so that's why it's called plant teachers. Is the crystal skull component is about spiritualizing the senses. And then the plant teacher part is being able to bring those intuitive components into the intellect. And so for hyssop, it is about being able to bring information that you get from dreams or intuitive states and meditation, and bringing it forth into the intellect or your everyday mind.
Okay. Lolly was talking, you were talking to her about the B6, and a doctor prescribed, it's by
What
Pure
was-
Encapsulations, where you can get on Amazon, that you can get
What
on
was I talking
Amazon,
about?
and it's called P5P50, and it's an activated form of B6 that will absorb.
Okay.
You said it didn't absorb well. Okay, that's it.
Well, thank you.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Lolly.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hey, thank you for this wonderful weekend, Greg.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yes, I'm learning so much. I wanted to ask a few more questions about the potent antivirals. So let me start with immune support.
Mhm.
Let's see, when you first brought it out to us, you only just had the little bottle of essential oils, and you said you need to make it in a spray and spray it down the front of the body. Of course, I know you have the sprays on the website, and you have a roller ball. So my question is, I have not been clear about the mechanism of how it works. Like, so in other words, you know, from those instructions in the beginning of spraying down the front of the body,
Mhm.
you know, with our clothes on, is that just treating the aura or?
No, it's still, your body is still having a reaction with that. It's still affecting the nervous system. You know, your brain shifts a little bit, you know, because you're spraying it down the front of your body.
Well, would
So,
it be better to spray it like without the clothes on and get it on the skin, more on the
I don't
skin?
know that it matters. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, okay. Well, what about, I see you have an ointment on the site. So I kept asking questions through Sam yesterday, but anyway, the roller ball,
Mhm.
I believe. So you said put it on the heart of the wrist, then you said so you can inhale it. But I'm thinking, I don't know that I would be getting that much in inhalation. So if the purpose is inhalation, you know, maybe I should just inhale from the roller ball. So again, I'm trying to figure out what the mechanism is here. You know, if we put it on the wrist and it gets into the bloodstream, is that
Mhm.
helping?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. And then, well, and I think at one time you were telling somebody to put it on the feet. So would you put the essential oil like on, you know, on the skin,
I would
roller
still
ball
probably
better?
mix it with something, just because it's got different kinds of thyme. And even though most of the times in there are a bit softer times, there is like, if I remember right, like a red thyme or a white thyme. Let me look it up real quick and
Yeah, it's Monarda, Moroccan thyme, sage, lemongrass, eucalyptus globulus.
yeah, so just with those that are already there, I would say like either have it in an alcohol base or a little bit of jojoba or a lotion or something like that. And you could rub it on the feet, but the idea of the feet is like the top of the feet so that it gets into the bloodstream like faster.
Okay,
Yeah.
or just buy your roller ball and put it on
Uh-huh. Yeah,
either
that's the
the top of
easiest
the
way.
feet or the wrist. Okay.
Yeah. Like when
Um,
I travel, like I have, I have my little carry-on bag, but I have one of those little, those little bags that you can like tie onto your bag that is like a little pouch that holds things.
uh-huh.
And I have immune support, I have bay laurel, and I have galbanum in there. And so like if I feel an ache or pain, I pull out the galbanum. But if I feel like there's people that are sick around me or whatever, I pull out that roller ball, I inhale it a little bit, I rub it on the chest or on my wrist. I call it good.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Hang on, let's see. Okay, so obviously inhaling is good. Well, okay, if we had the essential oil, we could put it in a diffuser.
Oh yeah, totally. That would be great.
Okay,
That
so
would be super great.
so
Yeah.
if we the body is fighting off a virus, then perhaps in the diffuser that would be good at that time.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
The two strongest things for antivirals are the immune support and the Monarda complex.
Okay,
Then
right.
there's like single oils that are all good in there, but those two are by far the most potent antivirals. And when I look at them energetically with other things that I've seen, on the market or whatever in the health food store, because I'm always on the lookout, like how can we step up our game, or I haven't seen anything that's more antiviral than those two things. And
Great.
so
Well,
even the bay laurel, the reason I like bay laurel is it's also, they stimulate the immune system, but bay laurel is a really good broad spectrum antibacterial. Like that and thiamethuyinol, really treat a wide range of bacterias. And so, sometimes you're in places where you got to touch the handrail where, 1,500 people have touched that day or whatever. And it's just like, because like one of the ways that we transmit like diseases or how diseases get transmitted is
you touch something with your hands, like, a rail or a doorknob or something like that, and then you touch your eyes. And the eyes are the way that it gets into the system very, very quickly. And so keeping your hands clean isn't just about like, you're not putting something in your mouth or you're not touching your eyes. So like having that reduced on your hands makes it less likely for those infectious diseases to get transmitted.
Oh, well, should we spray our hands then?
You could, I don't know that I would do it with the immune support. I guess you could. Now that I say that, I guess you could.
Or just
But-
taking the Baylor internally?
Like I actually put Baylor on my hands and I just go like this.
Oh,
Like, and
thank
then I
you.
call
I
it
didn't
good.
think about
Yeah,
that. Okay,
yeah.
let me write that down.
Yeah. And another one that's very, because what we would call that also is like being like antimicrobial or is that
Yeah.
microbial. Another one that if you want it to smell like, I don't think Baylor smells bad, but if you want something a little more pleasant, is lemon myrtle is been actually studied for its like how you would use it like in soaps and things like that to really cut down bacteria on the hands. Lemon myrtle actually works quite well. And so I use Bayloral just because I've always used Bayloral for that, but you could easily use lemon myrtle for that, and then it would have a little bit more of a lemony scent, and you wouldn't walk around smelling like medicine.
Okay, and what did you say, the Time-Thuyanol, what was your comment?
Time-Thuyanol would be also very antibacterial, like you would
Yeah.
use it to treat like strep and staph and infections like that, but that would be a little bit more internal. So
Right.
it's still a very gentle time. Like you can put it on your skin and it won't cause like, burning or something or agitation in the skin, like red thyme would if you put it on neat. But Bayloral is just so much easier and a little less cost effective. It's a little less expensive, so it makes it easier to use. And
Okay, and I know you talk about the more gentle time, so would the linalool be equivalent to the Thuyanol?
I mean, so like the Time-Thuyanol has a much broader effect on bacterias than the
Okay.
linalool does. Yeah, they all kind of have their little things that they do better, but Thuyanol is much better antibacterial.
Okay, and going back to the immune support spray, I remember one time you said you and Sam would spray your masks. So does spraying our clothes, I mean, getting it on our clothes, does that offer some protection?
Yeah, and when you spray, you're kind of getting a little bit on your face and your
Yeah.
neck, and then you're getting it on your clothes a little bit. Yeah, that works.
Okay, now on the Thieves Body Tonic,
Mhm.
Is that clear or will it stain our clothes?
No, it's a tincture, so I don't know that it will stain your clothes, but like once you rub it on your body, you should be okay. But if you've got like a white shirt and you're rubbing it on, it might get on the shirt a little bit. So I would put it on like before you put your clothes on or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, if we are
Once it
concerned.
dries, you're good.
Oh, okay. Well, if I were concerned about that and I was going into a crowd, if I put it all over my body the night before, does that help at all? Is it really?
Yeah, that would probably work. Yeah.
Okay.
And I just, you don't even have to put it over your whole body. Just like do your neck. Like I take it a little bit and go like this and I rub it on my face or the side of my head a little bit, and then the neck and down the chest a little bit, and then call it good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I do have a little trouble with the body tonics. I might be putting too much on. So you just pour a little bit in your hands and rub them together
Yeah.
and then put that. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you on that. I
Yeah.
have
You
another.
going back to the thieves, that thing that is the formula, which is what I recreated. Those 4 thieves, what they would do, they did it in vinegar. Like I did it in alcohol, just because it's like you throw vinegar into the mix and it's like that extra smell and like you know what I mean? And so what they would do is they would pour a little bit in their hands, rub it together, and they would just rub it on their face. And so you don't necessarily have to cover the whole body, but you're just like, if you're going to get it, you're going to get it up in here. So like if you kind of hit the face and neck, you're pretty good. Chest is a little bit extra protection, and then after that, you're good. You don't really have to cover the whole body.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful. I have one more topic, which is I want some guidance in blessing people. So I have a list of people, and some of them will be health issues, and some of them might be negative or difficult people I have to deal with. So I assume it's okay to put all that on one list.
Sure.
Okay. Now, and I have a Dorje, although for people that don't have the Dorje, we can just turn our hands down to the ground and curl out our fingers. Okay. So I try to watch you when you do the Astara blessings on Tuesday. And I know our Dorje practices are not recorded. But anyway, I need a little more clarity. I know about the Dorje. We bless and then we release or rest, and then we bless. So so let's say if I have the Dorje, okay, first of all, before I start, do I need to read all my names? I made the list, so I kind of know what's on there. Should I read?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. So then I would point the Dorje just down to the list or down on the ground or
down to the earth.
Down to the earth. Down. Okay. And then would I assume say some prayers or blessings, kind of like you do on when you bless the prayer petitions? Would that be what I would do?
You could, but it's actually more potent if you don't. I do that just so that everybody's involved and not just watching me silently go, you know, so I kind of do that to engage everybody. But like when I'm home, I think of the list, like what you're doing. I think of the list or the person or the situation. I bless it and then let go and then do it some more. I don't really say all the prayers and everything.
Oh, okay. This is getting more simple. All right. Well, then if we want to chant, let's say for me, just Om Mani Padme Hum would be the same. All right. Then do I hold the Dorje down to the earth at that time or not when I'm using
I would do it both ways. I would hold it down and chant Om Mani Padme Hum. And then when you do that, I would chant Om Mani Padme Hum still, but silently and with much bigger gaps.
Oh, okay. But do that, would you do the chanting several times or what?
Do it until you start to expand and then just let go. Because the purpose of the mantra is for there to be expansion. And so as soon as you start to expand, just let the mantra go.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And go ahead, Lolly, then Denise.
Hey, Lolly.
Hey. Wait, let me find so I have a few follow-up questions really quick. Okay, when we're talking about all the oils that we've been talking about today, all the big trees, basically, if I were to use them in a blend, still good, or is it better to use them by themselves?
A blend of like different trees or like
blends of whatever, like let's say Siberian fir, for example, which you know I love, and it's in a few different blends. So would it still give me that same regeneration?
Yeah, it's still fortifying. Yes, it's still fortifying. That's why a lot of times I'm mixing those things in and it's fortifying to the body and everything and the emotions and mind, but it's also a lot of times the thing that pushes you to like a deeper like spiritual state. And so even though you might mix other things in it and you know, yes, it's going to have different properties on one level, still that's going to be fortifying. You know, if it's only a little tiny bit, it might not be like, say there's 2 drops of Siberian fir and then 40 drops of something else like lavender or something.
Yeah.
It's going to be more lavender than anything, but it would still have a little tiny bit there. But like the the trees are always fortifying in their nature.
Right. Okay, so then it kind of depends. If it's like a tiny bit and you barely even
Right.
smell it, then it's
Right.
probably not. Okay,
Right.
thank you. Now, I think it was Cindy who asked about the 2-year-old with the red root for the tonsils. And there's like a few tinctures on Amazon, but what I'm wondering, some of them are alcohol-based, some of them are, glycerin. I know you like alcohol. Would you still go with the alcohol base, even though it's
For a child, you could do the glycerin, but I would say you probably need to do a little bit bigger dosage because it doesn't quite have glycerin doesn't extract quite like alcohol. And so I don't know that I would increase the dosage, but I would increase the frequency of the dosage. So if you only were going to do it once a day, I do it maybe twice a day. And if you're going to do it 2 times, I do it like maybe 3. The other way around that, if you don't want to do it, is get the powder and make a tea. And then just spoon like a spoonful, like a tablespoonful of the tea in the baby's mouth a couple of times a day. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And
Yeah.
then, because
But
there
make
was
the tea really strong. Like make it like, I don't know, a tablespoonful of the powder and like maybe 8 ounces of the water. Like bring the water to a boil, put the tea in, let it, boil for a minute or 2, and then let it cool down and simmer for a little bit, and then just spoon feed them the tea.
Okay. And then, the question was about the tonsils, but I'm just wondering, would the red root be something that's going to be helpful for any other like throat infections type of things for kids, or not so much? Just
Mostly
for the tonsils.
Mostly
Okay.
tonsils. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing that came up was the Schisandra, which we talked about, lemon, which we talked about, and you mentioned, so I'm taking each one of these because we had conversations about that and why I need to take them. But you also mentioned that the combination of the two can be good for TMJ and for the jaws.
The only reason it's good for TMJ is if the TMJ is either exaggerated or caused by dehydration. If it's not dehydration, then it's going to have no effect.
Okay, but what I'm wondering is, let's say it can be beneficial, but would you do they need to be used together or no? Oh, so fine. So I can use them whenever, and if it works for that too.
I mean, lemon is the easiest one because you just put a whole bunch of lemon in your water bottle and just sip it all day.
Yeah.
Or in your tea, or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
And then Schisandra I would take at night, and I'd call it. Yeah.
So I've been doing that. Okay, so I'm good on those. So I just want to double check if I need to Okay, now I have a non-oil question, which still connects to everything we do. So with a star, and if it's not the right timing, then it's fine. We can do it another time. But in a star, we do the alternate nostril breathing, which we do with PH as well. And we talked about that, even you mentioned that at a few classes, but one of them was the vagus nerve, talking about the nadis, Ida and Pingala. So I know one of them, Pingala, is the warming channel, Ida is the cooling channel. My specific question is, I know that the Pingala is connected to the right nostril, Ida is connected to the left nostril, correct? As far as the brain, it goes the other way around, right? Because I have mixed notes about that. Like, the Pingala is connected to the right, to the left brain?
Yeah, usually it flips when you go to the brain. Yeah.
Right.
So the right nostril would affect the left side of the brain, and the left nostril would affect the right side of the brain.
Right. So basically, the Pingala that's connected to the right nostril and the left side of the brain is also connected more to intuition.
No, it would be more the left nostril.
Right. I know. I said that and I corrected myself. So it's connected more to concrete thinking, basically.
Right.
Pingala, and the Ida would be more of the intuitive mind.
Right.
And that's gonna be
But the two together are also very good for intuition and because trying to remember this. One stimulates the pituitary and one stimulates the pineal.
yeah, so the Pingala, it's because I
Yeah.
looked at your notes. I looked at your notes last night. So the Pingala is the pituitary gland and the Ida is the pineal gland. That's
Right.
from your notes from the
Right.
vagus nerve class. Yes.
Yeah, that's in Astara too, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I had a conversation about it last night, which is why I remember.
Right.
So the combination of the two is obviously
Yeah,
what.
the combination of the two, it balances out the brain, but you're also stimulating the processes for clairvoyance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
those two things have to be stimulated as well as the thalamus. And when you stimulate all three of them, the physiology becomes more able to perceive the inner light or the invisible light. Yeah.
Okay.
It's almost like this little
Yeah.
like set of like you start perceiving more imagery, because a lot of clairvoyance is you're processing energy in a way that you would your eyesight, like how your eyes process all the imagery around. And so the stimulation of those areas, you start to generate imagery and perceive the imagery within the energy that your body, when you look at something, your energy mixes with something and then the energy comes back to the forehead and your mind begins to able to process the imagery in that energy.
Okay. Yes, I had to like process that in my head. Okay.
Yeah.
And then another thing I had, which because each one of them is also activating. Well, the one who's activating to the pineal gland is the one that's so one of them is activating to the ajna and the other one is activating also to the forehead, or no?
Somewhat, yeah.
So the Ida would be the
The one
ajna,
associated with the pineal activates the forehead,
the
and
forehead
the pituitary is the ajna.
is the ajna. Okay, thank you. And then the way to stimulate them would be really do the alternate nostril breathing.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're so
And then one more question. You talked about autoimmune conditions. So last week I was working with somebody who has Hashimoto. I think she doesn't have the thyroid anymore. And then she also has vitiligo, which is the skin that changes, like loses pigment. So I know that sometimes those two conditions are somewhat connected. Not sure which one is the and what I'm wondering about is, and she's been dealing with that, I guess, for like about 20 years or so. Is there something that can be benefit? I mean, clove I know is for the thyroid, but I don't know if that's going to be helpful for somebody.
Clove is also good for autoimmune issues as well. It's like what you would use to treat lupus. It's not a magic bullet, but it does help. Like when people get there's a lupus rash that happens on the face, and clove you would think would be the last thing you would want to use, but I've used it so many times and it helps to reduce that rash on the face, which is a byproduct of the lupus being out of controls, but just like like activated or something. And so it does help calm down that immune response. And so clove could be used in that manner as well. And anything autoimmune, you could use clove, but especially things like lupus and things like that, or thyroid related autoimmune issues.
So with somebody like that has Hashimoto and doesn't have the thyroid, using clove would do and she's on some kind of thyroid medication. So using the clove, what is that actually gonna?
It's for that. It's not, the thyroid's gone, so they're using medications to offset the the need for the things that the thyroid does, but you still are dealing with an autoimmune issue, and so the clove would help with the autoimmune component. Yeah.
And then with the vitiligo, is there anything that can be done to?
I do remember treating that a long time ago, but it's been so long. Let me go through my notes and see if I find something.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I would just be guessing, but
Okay.
I kind of like to guess. But like anytime you have a skin issue like that, one of the things that I always like look at is target the back solar plexus, target the basic chakra. Especially if you're not sure of like the physiology, and so you're looking at like cleaning those areas. And you remember like in the vibrational healing class, there was the blend for trigger points.
Yeah.
I would use that on the basic and the back solar plexus, because it's not just cleaning them, but you're wanting to calm down like inflammatory responses and things like that, and not so much inflammation, but the responses. And in doing so, like it would be the beginning of treating something like that. I don't know if it would take it all the way, but it definitely could reduce it. And so long time ago, I had a friend that had it, and it's when I was traveling with the medicine man. And when he would do lodges, it would start to reverse a little bit. And then when he would stop doing lodges for a while, sweat lodges, it would start coming back. And so again, lodges are very purifying to the back solar plexus, very purifying to the basic. They're super purifying to those areas. And so that would be the idea, that I would go down that route, but I'm not quite sure how to like completely go after it.
Thank you. And then, and the idea is when I'm doing the trigger point, so would you do it topically, or would you do inhalations?
Inhalations.
Inhalations. And the idea is to stop the progression, basically, because it's something that it keeps progressive and progressing and getting worse. So is that supposed to stop the progression? And
anything autoimmune is always inflammatory, like it always. And so you're trying to clean up the inflammatory response and the inflammatory debris that's in the body that would contribute to that.
Okay, so then you would treat it, then going back to what you said before, so you would treat it with like galbanum and like black cumin as well as an autoimmune.
No, I'd stick with trigger point blend. I'd just stick with trigger point blend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Denise, then Robert.
Hey.
Sorry. Okay, let me see. I was going to ask about jasmine. Could I get it in a roller ball, or do I need to order it?
No, you can get it however you want. Yeah, roller balls. Very easy to do.
Okay, and then the immune support, which we kind of started off our whole Saturday morning with that, talking about that. It's 2 different blends. It would be the immune support, maybe the essential oil for me, since you kind of suggested that earlier. And then would I use alcohol if I wanted to also make a spray out of it and be able to diffuse it?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the Thieves itself is another component to another
so
product.
Yeah, like when I do a body tonic, I put the immune support. Like whenever I make a body tonic, I'm over the last several months, I've been adding tinctures to it as well. And so what I do is I add a substantial amount of the tincture to the body tonic, and then I make the essential oil just like I normally would, but I add the tincture to it. So it just is a way to amplify. Before I was adding the tinctures, I was adding tinctures to a few of them, mostly like lobelia or golden seal. But, I still add like a little bit of like some minerals or, coenzyme Q10, or, you know, I try to augment the essential oils and what it's doing as much as I can. And, you know, now that I have, I mean, I think we have like 50 or 60 tinctures now. And now that I have all those tinctures, I'm adding the tincture that I think would best augment that particular thing. And so for immune support, the tincture of the Thieves Blend, you know, the old school version of it, man, that just goes hand in hand. You know, they both make each other stronger. And so it's a very potent way to fortify the immune system. Yeah.
Okay, so if I just want to be clear, so I would order the immune support, the essential oil, the 5, and then Thieves tincture, right? Or is it a body tonic?
It's already in a body tonic. It's all turnkey, ready to go. Like it's already got the immune support in it. And
Oh, so you don't want me to order just immune support on its own?
if you're just going to use for enhancing your immune system, I'd just get a body tonic and splash it on and call it good.
Okay. But if I did want to diffuse it and stuff like that, or
Oh,
whatever.
then you'd need the essential oil. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One last one. It's remember when you were talking about the Moroccan thyme and the
Mhm.
cordyceps? Would
Mhm.
that, you know, I mean, we spend so much money, and plus it makes me really nervous when they use bone grafts to do implants. Would that be a good thing to kind of consider working with?
Not a bad idea.
I
mean,
know.
I never have thought about that.
I have.
Yeah. So with bone grafts, you know what you might want to use is like a lot of times with bone grafts, I would treat it like a broken bone. And so there is there's an herb called Solomon seal. And Solomon seal is one of the best things for helping a broken bone to heal. And so I would treat the bone graft as a broken bone, and I would take that internally. So you can get capsules. I think we might even have a tincture of it. Do we have a tincture of it?
Not on the site.
Not on
I
the
don't
site,
think
but I might have a tincture of it. Like send us an email and remind me, and I'll go through and I'll look it up and see if I have it. Because like we have way more stuff than I've put on the site. Like I just, you know, I add it to things, and sometimes I don't put them on the site. And so if we have it, we could get it to you real quick. But if not, you can find it on Amazon. But on Amazon, I would get the capsules, you know, because the only time I've ever seen Solomon seal as a tincture, the tincture is really weak. Like it's like 8 to 1. It might even be 12 to 1. And so like I wasn't impressed with the benefit. So the one that we make, it's 2 to 1. Like, so 2 parts alcohol, 1 part herb, where most companies are doing like 4 parts to 1 is kind of somebody trying to do something strong, or a lot of times it's 8 to 1, 8 parts alcohol to 1 part herb. And I don't know, I don't know that that's strong enough for a lot of things, but so I would say get it in capsule so you know that it's potent.
Okay. Well, I don't have anything at the moment that I know of. Okay. But I have had 2, and thankfully my body seemed to accept them, but it wouldn't have, you know, it was one of my concerns, and I prayed over it a lot.
Sure.
But there was another friend that her mom had issues with that, and they had to start all over, you know,
Yeah,
and that
yeah.
I just kind of
'Cause
realized
they
that
use cadaver bone for that, right?
they do there,
Yeah.
and in some cases a horse bone, I think,
Right,
is my
right.
understanding.
Yeah.
But that wasn't my choice. It wasn't an option per se, you know, for me,
Right.
whatever was going on with me. So I just wanted to ask, because it's, you know, it's something, it would be cheap to do it this way if you could have some more
Right.
insurance. Does that make sense?
Right,
And
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
less pain. Thank you very much.
You're
I
so-
appreciate it. This has been great for filling.
Oh,
it
good. I'm
slows
glad you
things
guys are enjoying.
down and fills in the gaps, you know,
Oh,
and
good.
really lets us, I don't know, it just clarifies some things. So this has been a
Yeah.
wonderful weekend.
A nice
Thank
time just to ask whatever, you know?
Thank you so much, Craig.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Robert, then Donita, then maybe we take a break.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
I spoke with you Tuesday in study group about my mom and her intestinal blockage. You guys were great in getting the oils out to her. She's taken 2 days worth, let's see, Liberation and on one day, Naoli the next, and today is Ravensara. But I heard from her yesterday and she said she's doing a lot better.
Okay, good.
So that's positive. Now she also mentioned when I talked to her that she's having urgency in urination. And earlier today you mentioned Sylvester Pine.
Mhm.
Would that be a good one for her on her wrist?
Yeah, that's the first thing. Like when people have urgency issues or frequency issues, I usually start them off on Sylvester Pine. The only times that most times it works. We had one case where a woman had that urgency and frequency for like 30 years, and within a few days, like it was starting to normalize. The only times that I've seen it not work is a little bit more in men where the issue is an enlarged prostate. It doesn't really work the greatest there. Like there's a special kind of eucalyptus that you can use for that, and it's really you're targeting more the prostate than the bladder itself. But the Sylvester Pine should be very helpful.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. I'm glad she's doing better.
Yeah, I am too. And
Yeah.
I'm talking to her every day or two just to see how it's going and adjusting some of the things slightly.
Oh,
So
good.
very
Yeah.
good. Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Donita, then we'll take a break and then on back to Lolly.
Hey, Donita.
Hi, Greg.
I don't know that I've talked to you very much since the hurricane.
No.
Yeah. How is things in your world?
It's been a roller coaster.
I bet.
So the reason why, but also positive, I think. Well, we had a house showing yesterday and we accepted an offer today.
Oh,
I know. But the reason why,
I think we need to stop this and you go pop open a bottle of champagne or something.
well, before doing that, I need some, my body has been feeling a little bit shot.
I think champagne might help that. I'm kidding, but like,
I
good
know,
for
but
you.
first
I'm
I
so happy for you.
Thank you. I mean, it's all a lot of things, contingency and yada yada, but it feels good. I just don't know where I'm gonna move to yet. So I messaged you.
Good problem. Super good problem. Better than the last problem, right?
Exactly. After 2 years.
Yeah.
After 2 years. So yes. So
you might have to come move to Fairfield. I don't know. I might have to scan and go, oh, Fairfield. Oh.
It's really strong.
Yeah, it's really strong.
Yeah, right. Hey, if it's good, it's good, like I said, I don't think many people have that. I can pick any state and any city.
I know.
It's just, yeah, but that also gives a headache. But the reason why it's more like, the hurricane came and left. I was calm. I was good. Just a lot of work, just a lot of craziness. And then, we're still in the cleaning mode and tired. But last week, what I noticed, I don't have any digestion problems generally. I can handle anything. But I noticed that I started having this inner heartburns in the evenings, and some kind of like swelling, and just depending what I eat, and so it's been feeling weird.
Like some bloating, is that what it
Yes,
like
yes,
like
but also like the inner burn, And besides of that, like this full moon we just had was a doozy. I'm very sensitive to the planet, cosmic stuff. So there was a lot of heaviness in the body and swelling, like water retention. And I did everything, I mean, everything I could think of. And it was after the full moon, it eased off. So it's very interesting observing all of it. So it was like the body has been feeling. And another thing that is actually kind of like weird, I don't like, there is this exhaustion internally, like even, preparing the house, cleaning and
that's not surprising at all.
I just like, I
You
don't
guys
have
went through two
juice.
big hurricanes. You know what I mean? Like that in itself is like, even though you got through it and you felt maybe okay, you know, you're talking about being on red alert and the body's defense mechanisms. And then after it all said and done, you come out of it and then it's just like, whoa, you know,
Yeah.
your body can be a little bit exhausted. And, you know, and it sounds like you still have to push for a little bit before you can really, really, truly rest. And so,
Well, now we're gonna actually we have to get our, I would say, I don't want it's on camera, so I'm not gonna use that word, but we have to like, you know, get going even more. You know, there is a lot of details and a lot of things, and it's still weighing the uncertainty, you know, because we still like based on contingency and have to figure out where to go, get a house, yada, yada, yada. But this depletion thing, you know, it's like I was just on Friday, I was observing, and I've been feeling that on and off. Like there's this harder to breathe, and there's like I'm empty, depleted, you know?
mhm,
It's
mhm.
like the heart rate is higher at nighttime. And even when I
What's
sleep
the heart
at
rate?
night,
What's the heart rate?
oh, randomly, you know, like this is like could be 56 at nighttime. Like it lowers late because I have a ring that I can read. So it like lowers late and it stays up. Normally my heart rate is really low at nighttime.
Like what's it normally and what is it
For
now?
me, I mean, a lot of the times so right now it's higher. And it's like, you know, when it's like you don't have any juice, like you feel like
I didn't hear the note you cut out. Like what was the numbers?
47, 48, 49 at nighttime.
Oh, at night, like when you're sleeping?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I
And
mean,
what
they, you know, average.
and what is it now?
Well, right now I have no idea, but at nighttime, right now it just starts at like in its 60s and 70s and lowers. Right now I don't know, but in this particular second, it lowers
Okay.
like
I mean,
50.
that's still in normal range, but like
Well,
when
not
you're
for
sleeping,
me.
you wanna be able to drop it a bit lower. And so
I wake up, you know, sleeping 7 hours. Like I didn't sleep last night, but generally when I do sleep, 7 hours, you know, that I should be feeling great and fine in the morning, and I wake up and I'm exhausted right now.
that's not surprising to me. Like
So what
again,
do I do? I mean, I'm not surprised because I had also some cat disasters in the meantime.
yeah.
You know, like it's just after this, I had to
Best
run
thing
around.
is for you to get some rest and then pull your body out of that defense fight flight mode, you know. Because even emotionally, mentally, you might be there, but your body is just like, there was 2 hurricanes. It was crazy. Like, you know, your body is still like,
And then the stress, you know, I was
yeah,
after
I can't even imagine.
the
I
day after
can't
the
even
hurricane,
imagine
I was
what
running
you
around
guys
in a
went
headache.
through in a matter of a couple of weeks is just nuts. It's just nuts. Do things that are really supportive to the like calming the hyperreactive fight flight. So rosemary verbena,
Okay.
Ravensara, like I had all this. Let me look it up.
Yes, please. I was even putting like sage blue body tonic all over.
For Fraser would be good. Lemongrass would be good. Tarragon would be good. Tarragon would probably be very good for you, but it's going to be, it's going to take you a few days for it to happen, and really it's your body's going to really shift once you start getting really good deep sleep, because even now you're probably getting sleep, but you're not getting deep sleep. You know, you're getting maybe deeper than it was a week ago, but you're still kind of needing to push your body to get like even deeper sleep.
I wake up, yeah, even from a deep sleep.
Yeah.
The dream, lots of crazy dreaming, lots of that. So I was just wondering, because I have so many oils, and for some reason my brain, I was like, I have no idea what to take. Suddenly, I have no idea.
And you know, try wearing like a little tuberose or a little things that are really super soothing, and they'll increase your potential for deeper states of regeneration as well. Any of the big trees that we were talking about, but also you just need to get the body out of that
Stress.
that fight flight, yeah, like I was in those tornadoes that hit Alabama, like 15 years ago, whatever that was. And I didn't even have, there was damage around me, but I didn't have property damage. I didn't have cleanup. I didn't have any of those things. It took my body a little while to pull out of that. And with everything that you've had going on, you had 2 of those. It's just going to take a little while for your body to unwind. I mean, even though your guys' house didn't get hurt, or there's still the threat, and pretty traumatizing to the body, like really traumatizing. And it just takes a while to unwind that trauma for a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we were doing. We were just taking it slow and easy the week, and then we heard that we have a house showing, second house. So I was like, oh, so we had to push through the.
And what brave soul is like, oh, the hurricane is here twice, I think I want to buy that house.
Oh, they actually, they people that are buying, they're very lucky because they're from up north and they got hit and their house didn't flood. So it was just
wow.
one of those miracles, and they got an offer. So whoever is, that's the interesting part. That's the interesting. So just a quick one, so I can pull them out, because I have a bunch of body tonics, and they're all lined up on my bathroom cabinet, But when to use. So what body tonics are best for me?
I would do tarragon, like if you have tarragon.
Oh, I don't.
I
have everything.
Tell me what you got.
Oh gosh. Just you name a few and then I'll tell you what I've got. If I have or not.
Rosemary, we do make a rosemary body tonic.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll have to get some. So you said tarragon, I don't have that. I have sage. I have been using sage.
Yeah, sage would work. What about lemongrass? Do you have a lemongrass?
I have lemongrass, and I've been
do lemongrass.
Lemongrass tincture too.
Yeah, why don't you do both of those?
Both of those, lemongrass and sage. Anything else? I have like health rays. I have inflamed.
I would stick with those 2 and work them well. Maybe inhale a little tarragon and inhale a little tuberose.
Tuberose. I'm not gonna put tuberose on my body because that kicks me into the expelling. Then I can't sleep at all with tuberose. Yeah. And any tinctures extra?
Yarrow, spikenard.
Oh, I've been doing spikenard on my feet every night. That's like my routine.
That's super good. Yeah.
And what do I do about my heartburn, like the burning in my gut?
Do you have any of the vinegar extract? Which one is it? It's the one with ginger.
The ginger tonic.
I have.
You have the ginger tonic? Do the ginger tonic. Yeah, that should knock it out.
Oh, perfect. Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you, Greg. I look forward to.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're doing okay. And congratulations.
Thank you. I did send you a text message. So when you have a moment, if you can read it.
Okay. I sure.
Thank you so much for this as well, because this is relaxing.
Good.
So let's take a break. We have a lot of questions in chat still, but if you're good with taking questions.
Yeah, how about, let's see, we'll come back at 25 after. So we'll take a break. We'll come back at 25 after, and we'll continue with your Q&As, questions. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and continue with your questions.
And then go ahead, Lolly. And then we have some chat questions too.
So I'm back. No question. Just to say that I was really wrong when I talked about the Pingala and the Ida. I misquoted. So the class it came from is the physical and spiritual aspects of the vagus nerve. And the Pingala is the pineal gland. The Ida is the pituitary gland.
Okay.
And that's
Yeah,
from
I'd have to go back and look. I can never
yeah,
remember any of
just
that.
so just because I was really wrong, and I looked again at the PDF that you had, so I just want to correct myself in case somebody. Yeah,
Oh,
sorry
yeah,
about
you're
that.
so sweet.
Yes,
Thank you, thank you.
thanks.
All right, and yeah, so we'll start with this. Earlier this morning, you were talking about, well, it was when you were talking to Troy about how he does a lot of service. And so, okay, someone was asking, what are the other ways you can do service besides healing?
Oh, that's a good question. You know, other acts of service, it doesn't always have to be healing, but like say, you know, I knew this woman one time, like she wanted to do some sort of service, but she, you know, she wasn't a healer, didn't have any training in that area. And so she would, you know, we'd kind of talked it out, and she would spend like 2 hours a week going into a facility where they were dealing with premature, you know, basically preemie babies. And no, it wasn't preemie babies. It was babies that were born and the mother had an addiction issue. That's what it was. And so her active service was going in and just holding babies for 2 hours a week. And so, you know, it could be helping an organization, doing feeding, you know, feeding the homeless, going and working at like a soup kitchen, helping a facility, you know, like the people who are dealing with the effects of the hurricane and stuff, just helping your neighbors, helping the people around you. You know, it doesn't always have to be healing, but it could just be helping people with their difficulties or their struggles or something like that. So
Thank
yeah.
you. And go ahead, Donita.
Hey.
I forgot to ask about for my friend actually, and I know you mentioned it before, and I can't remember. She's young, but she has the symptoms of oh man, the pain in this side of the face. What's that thing? Shingles.
Palsy? Oh,
Shingles.
shingles, yeah.
Suddenly. So what is the quick fix for that?
L-lysine, like pretty hefty dosages of L-lysine, usually like 3 capsules or 3 tablets 2 or 3 times a day. And then you know, things like Ravensar are helpful. Peppermint can help with some of the pain associated with shingles. We do have a shingles blend, but also at the health food store you could go pick up neem, and it stinks, but it does work.
I
And
know, I spray my trees.
ugh.
I spray my fruit trees.
Yeah. And it keeps everything away, right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that's neem.
Yes, that's neem, but it's wonderful. Yeah, no, I remember there was something very simple.
I have a kilo of neem, and when I open it, I take it outside and open it and pour it for whatever, and then, you know, we don't even put it on the website because I don't even want to be pouring it and stuff. Like, plus you can just get it at the health food store. So I mean,
Yes.
it's an easy one, but yeah.
Perfect. No, thank you, thank you. Yeah,
You know, like there's times like where I go out and I open it outside. 2 days later, when I go outside, I can still smell neem outside. Like that's how crazy it is.
I know, and I smell when I walk in the backyard, I smell my
Yeah.
trees when I walk around them for
Yeah.
days.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. She's
You're
in New Zealand, but I knew that you will
Oh,
have,
wow. Yeah.
she'll be able to find all that. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
What kind of tree is Sitka and what does it activate?
It's a spruce. Yeah, it's in the spruce family. Yeah, so same as the other spruces, it activates the crown.
And what do pines activate?
Crown.
So just so you know, the question was, what do pines and spruces activate? So it's the crown. I'm trying to find the other thing here. Question, facing east or head on the table / bed pointed east? Remember somebody was asking for the feng shui of setting up their office space and you said have your head east, have the table.
I don't, I understand, but I don't understand the differentiation there. Like head east or face east? What's facing east?
Greg, if for instance, you can sit with your, or if you sit in a chair, and you, the way
I
your
can
face,
barely hear you. I can't make it out. Can
where your face is directed.
your stuff's very garbled.
Okay, sorry, let me make it better. Is this any better?
Well,
So I was asking about whether if you're on a table, and your head or bed, your head is pointed to the east, the top of your head is head facing east. But if you're in a chair, then I'm not expressing it very well. No, I'll ask that question a different time.
Okay.
May I ask the question though about anabolic state oil? How does that compare and contrast from doing the anabolic state staff?
The anabolic state oil is for treating the state of the body, and any stack has to do with the aura, which is the potential. So you're looking at the potential in the energy body. So even though they have the same terms, you're treating different areas or different aspects.
And so one cannot substitute for the other, and one can follow the other.
Correct.
Okay, it would be better to do the aura first or the state first. I'm thinking aura.
At first it would be better to do the aura first and then the state, but as the body refines, it flips.
Okay, great thing. And how would I know when the body has refined?
Ask me in a couple of years. Like it takes a while. Yeah, it takes a while.
Yeah, I figured that's right. When my shadow was glittery, then I've transcended. That's right.
Right. Well, not that far, but in that vein, right? You know, as the body really refines, it flips, but it takes a long time. Like I still do the aura and then the state. Every once in a while I flip it, but I still do the aura first.
Okay, so at some point you'll say, "Woo, you've shifted," and I'll go, "Yay! Finally, 10 years." Okay,
because the idea,
right?
The idea is that at some point when you start deepening the effect that you're treating the state, it makes the body, it makes the energy body, makes the chakras all function better, and so your body starts kicking out the blockages, and then it hits the aura, and then you work the aura to kick it out even further. But at first you're trying to gain access to go within the body. So for a while you're doing the aura first and then the vibrational state.
And when I do the vibrational state, that will be part of that vibrational class as far as dealing how.
Yeah, but anabolic state is part of vibration. Yeah.
Right, and that protocol will be in that class.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
But like the chakra class that we did last weekend or the weekend before, whenever that was, that's part of the vibrational state. The working with the colored healers, that's vibrational state. The healing spirit is tied to the vibrational state. The one where we do the plant teachers, that's very much part of the vibrational state. So, you know, it's not just that class, it's like a whole series of things that we do that would affect the vibrational state.
And so what I'm hearing is that I have done all of those except the vibrational healing, and so I probably ought to hustle and get that done before this weekend. when we
What's
go
this weekend? The
in-
vital centers?
Vital center.
Vital centers are part of the vibrational state. You don't need to do it before. It's okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank, and,
Vital
and I,
centers are tied to the resonance, the ability to establish patterns both within your body and outside your body, and then how you're affected by the patterns externally, be it people or your surroundings. You know, so asking like the feng shui, the more that you work the resonance, the more the feng shui becomes a non-issue, you know, because you almost begin to have like an inner north, an inner east, an inner west. You know, it's not dependent on the environment influencing you. You know, because like if you face east, part of why that works is it makes the crown center bigger, right? And then if you were to face south, it's depleting to the body because it's expelling, it's releasing. But if you have this inner state, no matter which direction you face, the energy body stays the same. But it takes a while for your body to get that way.
okay, well, I trust that when I get there, you'll tell me.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, sir.
And when I get there, I'll let you know too. Right.
And we'll know because your shadow will be sparkling. But thank you, sir. Bye. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, you're so good.
And go ahead, Paulina.
Hey, Paulina.
Hello, I wasn't here, but I wanted to ask you something because you
Sure.
put there like a course of the vagus nerve. And I
Yes.
have here the medulla that has to do with the vagus nerve. Is the same one or is a different one?
There was two classes. There was the spiritual aspects of the vagus nerve, and then the follow-up class was the vagus nerve and the medulla. So that was a continuation. Yeah.
So I can take it or I need to buy the other kit?
There were two different kits. Yeah. So
Okay,
yeah.
okay. And then I find, because I told you that I have so many kits of you, I have the mystical approach to the chakras. So this is another class, right?
Yeah, we
So-
just taught it like a week or two ago. You should email Sam and get the 2.0 version of it that we just did a weekend or two ago.
Okay.
And yeah, it's a very good class. Oh, it's very good. Several people said it was their favorite class of all time.
And get you on the list. Join us for the study group tomorrow.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
tomorrow night.
please, I will be happy. And then I have the Gemini transformational astrology, and I don't know when to do this, and because I have the one that we do with the planets. You remember that this is the time that I met you. You remember in Playa del Carmen? And from that on, I have been buying from you a lot of courses, but I told you that I haven't been using them because I don't know how to use them. I have clairvoyance, I have generational healing, I have lots of courses, materialization, and I want to begin to make them, but I don't know how to deal with all of these essential oils.
Yeah, I
So-
would go through and do the class just from time to time, like that astrology class. You know, I do it like maybe once a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
But can you send me the classes if I don't have them so I can do them?
Yeah, Paulina, will you just email me the list of the class kits you have? And
Yes.
then I'll be able to easily get you the recordings.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And that goes for anybody, you know, like if you have a class kit and taken the class and you don't have the recording or you've lost it, just email me and I'm happy to get it. We go through emails throughout the week. So, you know, some of them take a little longer to get to because it takes a little more time for me to process, but you know, we do get to those pretty quick.
And another thing I want to ask you, there is some essential oils that we can make, like the stackable that we make the other class. We can make with other things or only with the chakras. Like instead of buying one by one, or buying them with a kit, like we can make like 2 or 3 in the same and have like like this is for this and this is for that and this is for this and this is for that.
I don't know that I quite understand the question.
Yes, it's because I have so many oils that I bought from you, you know, and I don't know, I'm now taking all the things that you have there and reading in what ways they can help me. But when I take the class, I know, but when I don't take the class, I have so many that I don't know which is for who, for what. If it's for the chakras or it's for the muscular part or it's for pain. And I have like some kits that I have the essential oils, but it doesn't says which class it is. So I will send some the oils so I will know from which
do that.
course it was. Okay.
Yeah, I can look it up that way. If you send me like all the oils in that kit you have, but you don't know what class it was.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll work that out with Samantha.
Yeah, and then yesterday you told me about a patient that I have that he closes the eyes, and I didn't put the name of him, but I don't remember the oil. I have several oils here that I put that I'm going to ask you to send me, but I don't remember which one it was. It was the guy who he cannot sleep, and the eyes are like, sometimes he has like a tick that sometimes he closes the eyes and he cannot open them. And you told me several. I don't remember if it was Tarragon or which one, because I don't want to not be in the point.
Hold on, we're checking. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, would it be the one for trauma? Because you were saying he's in fight flight, so I had did he only have the closed eye thing or did he have other things?
He couldn't sleep well and the eyes are closing. He's not resting enough when he goes to sleep. He's not sleeping like profound.
Sam, I'll text you really quick.
Okay. Because I had one client that was poor sleep, not getting into deep sleep with the mugwort artemisia, the spagyric, spikenard. Then I had the other one, which was the high stress trauma stuff, which was tarragon yarrow. But well, he might have taken better notes for me. So yeah, you told her tarragon and benzoin or benzoin.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think it was the tarragon that was really the emphasis.
Right.
So tarragon is the first one,
Mm-hmm.
the most important.
Right.
And then the other one, Artemisia.
Artemisia and mugwort.
Hmm?
Was that the same one though?
Already for the getting into deep sleep was
Yeah, Artemisia and mugwort. Yeah, I don't remember which one was which person though.
you
remember
said to use the tarragon for a while
Yeah.
for him.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
It was a trauma thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he puts in the wrists and he smell it,
No,
right?
I would either inhale or a few drops in water and take internal. The tarragon can be a little bit irritating to the skin, so I would just either inhale or a couple
Okay.
drops in water and take internal.
Okay.
And
How many times? Once a day?
At least once a day, if not twice a day.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Thanks, Ollie. I think you might have already answered this one as well. What do we call the protocol when we use the hyssop? The one that had to do with the plant teachers.
Oh, that's plant teachers, that's or in my notes, I also call it the science of inspiration. So there'll be about 50 to 55 oils that will all have their little property, like myrrh is rebirth, and let me look it up. I can tell you some of them.
Because the second question from somebody else was, I missed what the hyssop one was for. So
Remembering things from inner states, like dreams, higher consciousness, things of that nature. You know how like sometimes you come back from a dream and you're like, something really important happened and it had something to do with, but I don't remember. What was it? That kind of thing. Like galbanum is redemption, and alemi is the unconscious, and cinnamon is expression. Black seed is resilience.
And Greg, I don't think we've updated it. How many oils are you at now with that kit?
I bet 60.
He's at 60.
Yeah, so 5 of them are blends, which are sacred green, sacred violet, sacred yellow, sacred pink, sacred pinkish violet, and actually there's 6, and sacred indigo. And then, or maybe they didn't all make the list. And then the rest are single oils, so it's like a big master kit for that inspiration, bringing things from the intuitive mind and putting them directly into the intellectual mind. Yeah, we could do another one of those. I really like doing those.
Yeah, let's do it after we do these
Yeah,
questions.
that's
And thanks for posting those there, Robert. Shazandra for eyes. How often do we take it? Once a day?
once a day
Twice
should be
day?
enough, but if it's really bad, you could do twice a day until it calms down and then back to once a day.
Can it be taken indefinitely?
Yeah, oh yeah. You could take it the rest of your life.
Can lemon supreme be taken internally?
Yes.
How about making a galbanum spadger tincture?
Hard to get the material to make the tincture, so I'm in the process, but I can find the material, but it's just so expensive. It wouldn't be cost effective. It would have to be a super crazy expensive tincture. So, but I'm working on it. Because who doesn't love galbanum?
Okay, I think those were my questions in chat, unless something new has come in recently. Those are the ones. Question, is lemon verbena lemon or something else?
No, it's a different plant. It's it has lemon in the name, but it's actually a different plant. Yeah, it's not lemon.
What oils are in balance?
Give me a minute. I gotta look it up here. Balance is vetiver, catrafate, spikenard, ylang ylang, amorous, myrrh, and frankincense.
Is there much difference between vetiver and vetiver supreme?
Usually when I blend different vetivers, or any plant when I blend, it comes from different areas, different regions. So energetically, they're usually about 3 times stronger.
All right, I think we're ready to do another little process.
Yeah.
Well, Greg figures out what process. I will be emailing you guys for that study group. The mystical approach to the chakras. It will be at 7 p.m. Central. And if you did ask a question, Robert's been doing a really good job of posting the oils that Greg recommends in the chat.
Well, one that we probably have, a lot of people have, is either rue or marjoram. Let's shoot for rue first. Maybe we'll do a couple of these. Let's see if you have rue. And if you don't, let's just have you choose an oil that you like. But you think that's a common one, or?
Let me know in chat if you don't have rue. No one's saying anything about not having rue.
Okay. So the inspiration for rue is resolution or conflict resolution, right? So if you're using rue to cut cords or to deal with situations like that, this will amplify the effects of rue. And, you know, part of what we're trying to do in these situations is to resolve whatever the conflict is. So rue, the teaching message that rue brings forth is resolution. You know, the ability to resolve things. So with that, you know, you have your rue, open up the bottle, begin inhaling with your awareness on your heart. You don't have to think of a situation, you're just inhaling. Your awareness is on the heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mhm. And then just be still for a moment. Just pause and let go. Just completely let go. Now, before we start inhaling again, your awareness is in your heart, and let's start moving more inward towards the spine. So you're not inhaling yet. You're just moving your awareness deeper and deeper within the heart center. You'll get a little bit deeper, and then just be still. Keep your awareness on that spot. And with your awareness on that spot, begin inhaling the Ru again. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then move your awareness to the sixth chakra, where the six organs are. Move your awareness to the temples. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. your temples and sixth chakra both at the same time. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the spine. And your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. And then just pause and be still. Just let it go for a moment. Notice your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Think of some situation or person where there's a bit of a conflict or an upheaval of sorts, a brouhaha. For one, notice how you feel right now. And two, still use the rue. Think of the person or situation and inhale. Norwegian. You know, one of the things Rue does is it helps to release cords or connections between you and the other person or situation. Doing this process enhances it quite substantially. And then just pause. Be still. So the message that intuition is delivering to the intellect with this process that's Rue is resolution, or the ability to resolve things. The intellect actually is not very good at resolution. The intellect is good at maintaining. And so even if we're in a conflict, there's almost a little bit of maintaining that conflict from the point of view of intellect, because that's what it does. So when we resolve a conflict, it is the integration of intuition working with the intellect, or the right side of the brain working with the left side of the brain. If we don't have a strong connection in this particular area between intuition and intellect, or right brain, left brain, then our ability to resolve things is almost non-existent, right? So you're training the intellect and the intuition to work with each other in the area of resolution. So with that, let's share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, you can type in. We're going to do another one. We'll do another planned, but right now I just wanted to see where you're at with this.
Yeah, go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Donita.
I just want to say how much I love and miss these classes. Like breath, this is like breathing, because it was all this stuff, and I missed last week,
Yeah.
I missed yesterday. I was like,
Yeah,
to me, this is my like oxygen tank. It's
yeah.
my body
I hear you.
feels so much better just
Yeah.
sniffing Rue and just being here. So thank you.
You're so welcome. I'm so happy for you. You know, you guys are recovering from the hurricane. Sounds like you didn't get hit very hard, and you sold your house. How amazing is that?
Well, not there yet, but yes, I'm just keeping
You're in the process.
the process. I keep doing the Rose Alba materialization with Rose
Good.
Alba.
Good,
I
good.
keep doing that. So yeah, it's the process. It's the energy is different. So
Yeah.
and Rue is, I love
When,
Rue.
when do you find out for sure?
What's that? Oh, that's not going to be a process. The
Okay.
closing is, it's like, contingent closing is the 3rd of December, and we ask for another soon. That's why I need to get on. We ask
Yeah,
for,
that's not that far away.
no, and we ask for an extra week. So we'll know. We'll know when we know. But anyway, yeah, this is just, I think we're still shocked and we're still exhausted to actually pop the bottle of champagne.
Well, December 3rd or 10th or whatever it's going to be, you pop the bottle then.
Yeah, we'll know before. Yeah, exactly. We'll do that. Yeah, thank you.
Here's someone.
Well, the conflict I was having is completely gone. And I kind of am like, yeah, I'm with Donita. I miss just sniffing oils all the weekend.
Yeah.
Mm.
We can take a break and let people process a little bit.
Yeah, let's let them have a little.
So
process.
we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at a quarter till the hour. We'll answer whatever questions or share experiences. And if not, we're just going to jump right in and do another one. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And if anybody wanted to share, ask questions. If not, let's do another one.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Oh, you know what? Give me a sec. I'll just go ahead and try it this way. You'll have to press the unmute. There you go.
Is it okay
You
now?
good. Mm-hmm.
When we went to the heart seat in that, then my heart chakra really started hurting?
That's usually a solar plexus issue. So I'd say like maybe do something that has a cleansing effect on the solar plexus.
Are there, do you notice if there's any cords to the,
The back solar plexus could use a good cleanup.
the back solar plexus?
Yeah, I don't know that it's a cord issue. It looks like it's more back solar plexus issue.
Yeah, the last time I really had that problem and I was working on clearing the heart chakra and something popped out. It was like a plum seed, only it was black, and it popped out someplace. So I didn't get to see quite what it was. But then it quit, and then there was no blockage, but I don't know.
Use something like chakra root cleanser or Palo Santo or something where you can just put your awareness on the back solar plexus and blow it out. Or if you have the back solar plexus blend, you could use that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Paulina. You'll have to click the button where I put to have you on mute.
Hey.
Hi, Greg.
Hey.
When I was smelling, inhaling the root, I couldn't breathe. My diaphragm was like, I'm not there. I was doing the complete breathe, but after breathing all the time, I could make the breathe complete. So I think
good.
so that helps to open the diaphragm.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, perfect. Thank you. Because sometimes that happens to me a lot. I feel about I am so empathic, and then I feel the anxiety of people, and I cannot breathe completely.
Yeah.
So I cut cords and then things like that, but I cannot do the breathe completely. So if I smell root, it's going to be good for me.
Yeah, it helps to cut cords or release cords is a better way of saying it. But yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank
If
you.
you're doing a lot of healing, sometimes
Yes.
that's the issue. And the way that it works is, sorry, I have a piece of ice in my mouth. The way that it works is, Rue stimulates the parasympathetic or the rest and repair mode. And in that mode, you release cords. That's
okay.
how that works. Yeah.
So I have the oil that cut cords, but this can help too, right? If
Well, there's
I
an etheric cords, which is cleaning the cords, but for cutting or releasing the cords, it's Rue.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, looks like we could do another practice.
Okay. Let's do. Well, how about this? How about we do, if you have mugwort or artemisia, let's do that. Or you could use marjoram.
And just type into the chat if you don't have any of those oils. Thank you. Good.
Okay. So you're choosing one of them. And again, you're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front heart. And go a little bit deeper into the heart and continue to inhale. And then just pause and let go for a moment. Again, inhaling, your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the sixth chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the temples. Your awareness is on your temples. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still for a moment. Which one are you doing? How's that treating you? Begin inhaling, your awareness is on your temples and your sex chakra both at the same time. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your temples and sex chakra both at the same time. Move your awareness to your spine. Your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just letting go. So for those of you that worked with mugwort or artemisia, it was about opening up doors of perception. Like you could say insight, like having insight. And Mardrum was about resilience. Let's maybe share some experiences or ask questions, or who knows, maybe we do one more.
Is your plan just to knock us all out?
Yeah.
Is that, okay, give me 1 second. Go ahead, Paulina.
Hey, Paulina.
Hi again. Greg, I want to ask you why in this retreat I have so much problem with the breathing. Like I feel that I cannot breathe completely.
And it's been, for how long has that been going on?
Like today and yesterday.
Did you notice it the day before?
No, sometimes it opens and sometimes it closes, but I try to be calm and I try to make breathings, pranic breathings, and I get okay, but sometimes I am like now that I'm like doing it, but sometimes I have to breathe completely, but sometimes I feel like if anxiety, but it's not anxiety, it's that I get frustrated because I cannot have the breathe complete.
And we only did like one little process yesterday, or did we do more? We did two. Were they at the end of the day, or?
We did one at the beginning and then one at the end.
Okay. What did we do at the
One
beginning?
was with hyssop, and I think the other one.
Oh, it was the where we like treated degeneration.
Yes.
But she wasn't here for that.
Oh.
Okay, and so you were having a hard time even before we did the hyssop yesterday?
Not so much. Now I feel it more.
Hmm.
Maybe because I'm working something and it's trying to go out.
Yeah, let me look for a second here.
Okay.
Like your aura, the aura, the energy body, looks impacted. And also the back solar plexus. And the back solar plexus is releasing, but it's hitting the stuff in the aura. And so it can't fully release, right? It's like it pushes out to a certain extent. And so like maybe some salt baths or just clean up the energy field and it'll probably dissipate. But that looks like what's happening there. Yeah. You know, could be if you're doing lots of healings, could be contamination from clients. It could be all kinds of things, but just like, you know, flesh it out.
Perfect. And another question I wanted to ask you. We can make like your kits are like for healing profound, right? You
For
don't have
what?
your kits of healing are very profound. So
Oh, thank you.
you can heal a lot of things without healing a person, and you can heal with the essences, right? With the oils, right?
You can heal.
The healings that you do with your essences, with your oils, are profound, right? Are very profound. They go very, very profound in the body.
Very go deep.
chakra.
Yeah.
Yeah, very deep, not profound, very deep.
Well,
So,
profound words too. Yeah. Yeah.
okay, so if somebody wants to like heal from fibromyalgia, she will need to have like some kind of oils to work with fibromyalgia, or I have to do the healing from fibromyalgia and then do the oils too.
No, the oils can do it. Yeah. The oils
And
can
you have a
totally
kit
do it.
for fibromyalgia?
Do we have a fibromyalgia kit? I don't think we do. No, but I could probably make one up for you.
Perfect. Okay, I will be in touch with Sam. Thank you.
Sage is a good one for fibromyalgia, but
Which
there's
one?
other things. Sage.
Sage, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And kind of like in the vein of what Pauline is saying, because you do have a lot of people who are energy healers or therapists of some sort. Obviously, the oils complement, but one of the things you've been bringing out is the aura work, vibrational work, and the things you've kind of been talking about this weekend as well was getting the body in a certain state to really be able to receive the healing.
Right.
Would you, if you were to have a client, say with fibromyalgia, who's willing to do whatever, would you look at doing the aura work, then the vibrational work, and the symptom approach to the fibromyalgia?
Right. Yeah. So think of the aura is, the aura with the auric programming and that whole series on the aura is about the potentials in the energy body, the blueprint that the physical body follows. And just doing that will have a big impact, right? But then we take it a step deeper and we go to the vibration of the body, which means looking at the degenerative state, the state of regeneration. Is the body in a metabolic crisis? How well are the chakras functioning? What's the resonance of the body? Like how much are we influenced from the environment and how much do we influence the environment? So the idea of being triggered, for example, that would be more in the vibrational state. And if we're super reactive to the things in the environment, we're constantly going to be going into health, like a health crisis, depending on what's going on around us, right? And then the establishing the patterns of duplication, right? So in the aura, there's the potential, but even if the potential is there, but the body is in a very degenerative state, we might not be able to duplicate the pattern of health within the body, within the form. And so going from the aura to the vibration and then eventually the symptom is a way to deeply eradicate, or to use Paulina's word, to like have a very profound effect on healing, like physically, psychologically, and even spiritually. Like true healing hits all of that. And so you're hitting these three different aspects, and these three different aspects are based on alchemy. You're working these three aspects to produce a very deep result, and so a long-lasting result. And so a lot of times these conditions, when we look at them just from the point of view of a symptom, the body might not be regenerating, you might not be sleeping well, your body might be in a very degenerative state, the aura might be not very clean, it might have a lot of stress in it, it might have a pattern of dysfunction in that particular area. And so as much as you chase the symptom, the vibration of the body doesn't let the body heal, and the aura doesn't let the body heal. So by going through and just systematically, almost like a search grid, I'm going to do the aura, I do the vibration, and then I'm going to treat the symptom. And by going through and doing that, it's the most efficient way, and it's the way to produce the longer lasting result, or even the potential for just completely resolving it, depending on what it is. And so you're kind of treating on three different levels. Yeah.
And something I know you and I have talked about in the office, so you guys know, is I mean, if you've been looking at our newsletters for the last couple weeks, Greg in the clinical corner and the vibrational healing, he is integrating like the three aspects, kind of the aura, the vibration, and the symptom.
And I'm working on, it's pages and pages of notes, but like, for example, the org programming, there's the 49 aspects in the org programming. And, at first we're like kind of playing with them and like create your own. But what I'm doing is I'm taking a very big list of health conditions, like medical conditions, and I'm putting them under the different org programs that would impact that. So when I'm done with this, you'll be able to look at the org program and go, where does this fall in? Like if I have like fibromyalgia, for example, what org programs impact this? And I could work that one, or I could create a stack, or I could even treat other components that might also contribute before I even get to the vibrational component. And so, yeah, I've been working on it, but I had it almost done, and then my computer lost a bunch of notes, and I tried not to get freaked out about it. I just started over and we're doing it again. So it's just, it takes a lot of time. So yeah, I lost a few classes and a few big groups of notes that I'm reconstructing. So I hope to have it done here pretty soon, and I'll give it to you in pieces, but basically it's this whole like guide of where to do it, and then you can go deeper with the different aspects of the org program, and then you can look at, when we get it done, we can look at the vibrational component and then go deeper on that particular component. But yeah.
Yes, because the most important thing is to heal from the root.
Right.
So if you don't heal from the root, you always, it will
come back. Yeah, exactly.
It will come back. So that's the main thing, right?
And I would say the root is a lot of times in the vibration of the body, the state of regeneration, degeneration, but the potential for it even to either get better or to get worse is in the aura. So we want to treat the aura, we want to treat the root cause and the vibrational component of the body, and then still go after the symptom. We don't want to discount treating the symptom, but so many times we treat a symptom and it's like, it didn't really work or it didn't do anything. It's because we didn't line everything up. Yeah.
Yes, because you don't feel sick, but after you feel sick, you say, oh my goodness, now I need to work, and it's too deep now to work with, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
So that's why we need to do it with children and with youngsters, so they don't get sick.
Anybody. Yeah, anybody. And a good example of this, I keep saying this, is like a whiplash. You get into a car accident, and at first you're like, okay, I don't hurt too bad, this is good, that's good. And then a couple of days go by and you're like, oh God, this hurts, that hurts. And then, a couple of weeks goes by, one shoulder's hanging down, you got some headaches, your teeth starting, or your jaws are clenching, your back's starting to hurt. And it's like, and you keep treating the symptoms, but they continue to manifest. It not only do they not get better, or even if they get a little better, other things keep going wrong. Like they keep getting worse. And so the reason that is because of the accident, because of the trauma, the body went into a degenerative state. If you think about it, you had a car accident, so your body goes into defense mode. Your body goes into like fight, flight. It's like there was a threat, like you had an injury happen. And so the body like tries to protect itself in that moment, but then never shifts out of it. And so the body starts to degenerate over a period of time. Then a month goes by, 2 months goes by, 3 months goes by, 6 months goes by, a year goes by, and the body will still continue to degenerate for a while. So just treating the symptoms isn't enough. You have to really look at the state of the body and treat the state of the body while you try to eradicate the symptoms. And the thing is 20 years can go by and the body has been in a degenerative state that whole time. Just because a year went by and you feel a little more relaxed doesn't mean that that stopped. It still can be going. I mean, there was a lady that I treated where, you know, when I looked at her, her body had been in a degenerative state for almost 40 years. And so when I started asking her questions, I go, did you have a really bad car accident about 35 or 40 years ago? And she was like, how did you know? And I was like, I can see the state. And then there was just a series of health issues, a series of you know, health problems that manifested from that. And, you know, whenever I see like a cluster, I don't even have to clairvoyantly look, but I see a cluster of certain things. I like, that looks like a whiplash to me. Like years go by, but I can still see the whiplash. And we have all kinds of things like that. You know, another example of that is when you see, you know, it's very sad, but like the situations where people are present, like at those shootings or bombings or things like that, you know, they get a compromised immune system, you know, they have a tendency to have phobias, which is understandable. They went through a very traumatic event. They tend to procrastinate. It starts to become harder and harder for them to make a living and do just like a normal job. You know, things started going south in their body and it manifests in a particular way. A big one is their immune system gets very compromised. And so after a few years, they become very, usually they become very sickly, like they get sick really easy. And, you know, like if they only got sick maybe every other year or once a year or something, they're getting sick 4 or 5 times a year and having a hard time shaking it off. And all of that is because the state of the body. And as much as you try to stimulate the immune system, the body is still in a degenerative state. And so until you reduce that hyperreactivity in the fight-flight system and the defense mechanisms, until you regulate that, the body will just continue to degenerate because you're not repairing, you're not going into that rest and repair mode. You're not going into those deeper states of healing and regeneration. So
Yes, because the people get used to the pain.
yeah,
So that's why.
we gotta still function. We
No?
still gotta get through the day. We still gotta
Okay,
still
have this
gotta go
pain.
work, and yeah. So you just push through. Yeah.
And so you don't pay attention because you have it every day.
Yeah.
So when you tell them, do you want to be free of pain? They say, yes, but I don't know how. So you have to work hours and hours and hours because they have it since a long time.
Right.
That's the problem. So that's why I like the classes because they are very deep and you can
Right.
heal from inside out. And
Yeah.
that's the good thing, right?
Yeah. And I go back to, you know, in the old days, I would treat PTSD where, you know, we could get the diagnosis lifted by the psychiatrist in about 8 months or so. You know, sometimes it took a little longer. And, you know, I recently just treated somebody who had a really severe case of PTSD, and it only took about 8 weeks. You know, it was about 6 weeks, but we still did 2 more weeks of treatment just to make sure that, you know, she slept good and you know, reduce some of the other symptoms. And she was actually pretty good at 6, but that is just because I've gotten better at treating the state of the body than I was 20 years ago. Like, you know, 20 years ago, I could do it in about 8 months. You know, things that had been treated by physicians and stuff, and people just weren't getting better. I would take the problem cases in about eight months. I could get the diagnosis lifted. But you know, the better you get at treating the state of the body, the more you can eradicate a lot of health issues, a lot of like psychological difficulties. You know, they're not quite like the difficulties psychologically are usually like anxiety, and you know, it's not like a health issue or a mental issue. It's just usually there's just comfort, not a sense of well-being. You know, they might have a little bit of panic or, you know, something like that. And those are all reflections of the body's in a degenerative state. Yeah.
Yes, because my sister is in Israel and they have a lot of bombings in.
Oh my
in fact,
God.
It's
gotta
they're
be crazy
living with the baby, and it's crazy, you know. So everybody has so much panic attacks. And then I know a person who went there to take all the bodies that they have to put it together because this is the Jewish religion. So now he cannot sleep. He's in a state mode that he has a lot of anxiety, and this guy is the one who is the he is the one who washes the body in the cemetery. So now he went to Israel and he did with all the persons who, you know, a hand from a part and a heart from the other one. They have to be all together in the same place. So it was so traumatic that now he cannot sleep. He has anxiety. He gets up at the middle of the night, and I don't know how to help him, you know.
Start treating the state of degeneration, like that stuff that we talked about all day yesterday. That's also in the vibrational class. Next weekend, the Vital Centers will actually address that as well.
Okay.
The plant teachers class, the Crystal Skull, will address that. Yeah, there's different ways of calming it down, but yeah, any of the ways. Yeah.
And the teachers is good for everybody, or
Yeah, oh
only?
yeah. No, it's not that to be a teacher, it's the plants being teachers, you know, the plant teachers.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I
it can
want to
go
take
for
that
anybody.
course. I think it's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
good.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited about it.
Okay.
It's yeah, I didn't think I would ever teach that class. I'm so happy to be teaching it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Lolly.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hey, Greg. I just wanted to ask about something that was in a recent newsletter. I copied it down October the 7th through the 13th. Anyway, it was you were addressing the digestive system. Do you remember that? Anyway, and so
I don't, but if you start telling me, I'll probably
yeah,
remember.
okay.
Yeah.
So the first step is auric program. And you use the chakras blend. Anyway, and the next step says vibrational healing, and we use frequency. And then the following steps were front solar, back solar, navel, and basic.
Great.
So my question is, so step one, okay, this is the digestive system, and step one is auric program. So why do we not use ANS support?
You could, but here, like if you look at the rest of the, like the vibrational state is tied to a frequency, which has to do with the rate that the chakras function.
Okay.
And then the blends that we used were all from the chakra class.
Right.
And so because we're working it from that point of view, I used the chakras instead of the part for the digestive system. I went at it from an energetic point of view. You could do a different version of it with doing something a little bit more clinical, but that one was just an energetic approach, you know, because there's lots of different ways that we could treat it. But here, the idea with using the chakras is the chakras It's not that they cleanse and energize, they make those energy centers function better so that it starts to change and shift your physiology. So it's a lot like doing something from the inside out rather than the outside in. And so the idea was to work the energy body to the point where it can make a physiological shift. So because of that, I started with the chakra for the
Oh, wow. Well,
the
this is
the auric
fantastic.
Mhm.
Well, will you, you were talking about the information that you lost on your computer, but anyway, are you gonna maybe do some more systems with this type approach? This sounds
Oh yeah,
fantastic.
yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah.
Now, and the other part of my question is, all right, so we used the chakra, Bren. You said we were working from the inside out on this protocol, so to speak. Well, would it be helpful either before or after to do the auric programming step with the ANS support?
Well, so the idea with working the energy like this is it's a way of working the vibrational state. And so you could go after it from the point of view of, like, say, working a symptom or something like that. So then you could do you would do the digestive system for the auric program, which would be ANS support. And for that one, the vibrational state that would be more physical would be the trigger point blend.
Okay.
The trigger point blend. And then for whatever symptom you were going to treat, you could use, again, ANS support, or you could use like tarragon or rosemary for the gut, things that are very specific to the digestive issue.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like a way of setting up to treat the symptom. And
Oh, okay. So, all right. Well, this is getting a little over my head. I see what
Yeah.
you're doing. I
Yeah.
just thought adding the auric programming might help, but
I mean, you could
need
always
to
add it.
several things
Yeah,
then.
you could always add it, but that was to work it from the point of view of energy, because
Yeah.
a lot of times, say you might be working that already and you're working even the auric program, but you're trying to target it in a way that's, looking at it from a clinical point of view. And it's like, well, how can I make this better? It's like you could also bring in the energetic component and kind of rotate them.
Oh, yeah,
How you
yeah.
do it. And so each one would make the effect much stronger, would make it much better. And so
Sure.
they play off each other. And so, yeah,
Okay. Thank you.
you're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Lolly, and then we have chat questions and shares.
Hey,
He-
that was really cool. Both of the one with Drew and I actually worked with Mugwort. I just, oh my gosh, felt so good.
Mhm.
So thank you. And I know the class is in a couple of weeks, so if I have to wait, it's fine. But I am wondering about the process of why we're working the way we're working. And again, if it's too much for right now, it's fine, and I can wait.
So what you're doing is part of the intellect is more instinct and more emotion than it is like your thought processes. Your thought processes are a lot of times trying to figure out what happened, So by working the sixth chakra and the temples and kind of bringing those together, you're tempering the instinctive responses to allow something to happen. And we start with the heart, which has an integration effect, but it's also tempering the emotional body. So by tempering the emotional body or your emotions and the instinctive responses, it allows the mind to function in a way that is more mental than anything. And then in that place, when you reduce instinct and you reduce and regulate emotion, the difference of the two sides of the brain, the intuition and intellect, or right side, left side, begin working with each other much better. Part of why we have a hard time with that is instincts are too strong, emotions are too strong. And so what happens is we get locked into intellect, and we don't have a back and forth between intellect and intuition. So by going through and doing that process where we're allowing for those two parts to work, and then when you get to the part where you go next is the brain, or excuse me, the spine, you know, you're taking in more information and then you're moving it up to the brain. It's very stimulating to the mental body in ways that we wouldn't normally get that kind of stimulation, and almost like the freedom for the mental body to do what it does. So many times it's like the mental body is weighed down by instinct, by emotions, by how it processes things in the environment. And so like this just kind of like opens up all the channels. And it would be stronger if we had done the process for spiritualizing the senses, the eyes, the nose, you know, for scent, the tongue, the ears, and then the sense of touch. And so that would actually amplify that effect. It would like make it even more integrated. And so we'll be doing that, but we'll be using like sacred violet and sacred green and
Oh, okay.
sacred yellow, you know, so
Thank you. And then, so basically, whichever, so in addition to the process that we'll do in class, but let's say just working with, let's take, for example, Rue. So basically working the process that we just did is going to make the oil, whichever oil it may be, it's going to make it basically stronger, right? Is that what
it's going to
we're...
make it stronger because your mind has integrated the pattern of,
Right.
it's like the Rue is the example, and if you do it enough, you almost don't need the Rue anymore. Like the mind's getting the pattern, and then what happens is Rue starts to take on a whole nother thing. Like it starts to blossom and starts to be able to do more because it's not limited by the intellect. It's not limited by how we think about things. And so the idea with intuition versus intellect is intellect sees something, labels it, and goes, that's what that is. Where intuition looks at it and goes, well, you know, I'm not sure. And it keeps unfolding, and becomes much bigger than your initial perception. But intellect just goes, nope, that's what that is. But intuition just allows the unfolding to keep happening. And so it's called plan teachers because you're dropping that intuitive piece of information into the intellect, where it keeps unfolding into the intellect, where the intellect will keep like adjusting itself to the new pieces of information. But when the intellect is very like rigid, you could say, even though intuition drops things in there, the mind doesn't really process it very well. You know, you'll have your moment, but then it goes away. So the idea of the plan teachers, it's really the science of inspiration, like being inspired, or the science of realization. You realize something on a very deep level, or you realize like in a situation you might have difficulty, and all of a sudden, boom, you realize like this is the nature of this person. This is what's going to happen. This is, you know, you allow that unfolding to actually start coming into the intellect. And so, yeah.
So, which is beautiful. So basically then if let's say we're working with a single oil, without any other pattern, doing that specific one, assuming if it's one of those oils that we'll be working with. So if we don't work a certain pattern for something specific, then working this pattern would make the oil by itself. Like it's better to work this pattern to make it more beneficial.
Yeah, think of it as like, yeah, I would say think of it as like a plant empowerment on steroids.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was, okay, perfect. Oh my God, super exciting.
Yeah, it's
Thank
super
you so
exciting.
much.
I'm crazy excited about it. you know.
Oh my God, this is
We used to do a
amazing.
version of this with I used to do it with the medicine man. And you know, we would do it in ceremony. It was a lot more involved. But I found that this practice worked better than even what we did in ceremony. And so you know, I've used this for years. But you know, we just didn't have the foundation for it way back when. I mean, I could have pushed it in there, but I think we're really ready for it now. So
Okay. Wow, thank you so much.
yeah, you're so welcome.
So someone had to share, using mugwort, I started getting thoughts about people in my life, and I didn't understand why until the explanation about perception and insight.
Yeah.
Wow. At first I was like, get out of my head and let me just enjoy the scent.
Right,
But
right.
now it makes sense.
Right. Yeah. But you can see it stimulated a process. You know, you stimulated a process, and you know, here you're having things come up in your mind, but if you directed it, you're like, okay, I have this problem at work, or I have this problem in the family, or you know, whatever it is, you put your mind to it, and all of a sudden insight and information starts coming in, and you know, it happens just by directing your attention and your awareness. It's not like you have to do the process before you engage the situation. So you can see, like, after the fact, you go through and you do the materialization breath for doing different processes or different situations, becomes much more potent because of what we did with the plant teachers. Yeah.
And go ahead, Sonia, and then we still have more questions and shares in chat.
Hey, Sonia.
You know, like I knew a Kiowa medicine man, and after he did a healings on someone, he would walk on the earth to discharge the negative energy. And then a Micmac medicine would send it through his tail, basic, into the earth. Does what we did for the immune regeneration pattern, is it the same kind? Does it do the same kind of thing, or do you have to add the chakra breathing?
For what?
We did the immune system regeneration pattern with all the big trees and the Sitkas for the brain soles. Does that do the same thing?
It's not so much like they're just trying to manage the negative energy, where this, with doing the brain and the spine, brain spine, and then brain soles of the feet, you're actually increasing communication with the elements in the earth. And so yeah, it's I mean, it's a little bit different, but yeah.
Well, will it discharge negative energy, or do you have
the energy actually gets transmuted? So it's a different animal. Yeah.
What so it will get rid of the negative energy, right?
You're talking apples and bananas. Like, it's a different animal.
Can you add chakra breathing to that one to intensify it?
Sure. Yeah. After you do the chakra breathing a little bit, it starts doing it on its own. And so if you've done some of the classes already with that, you know, so if you notice sometimes when we're doing it in the class, at first I'll do the chakra breathing, you know, breathe up, you know, above your ankles and then down into the earth. But after a little while, your body just starts doing it. So you don't have to always do it.
So I understand one thing transmutes and the other discharges energy. But do they both get rid of negative energy?
I can't speak for your medicine man, but the process that we do transmutes it. Yeah.
Okay.
And then another question in chat is Paulina held up a class kit for the Gemini astrology. Gemini is a specific type of astrology. Is there a class for that other than transformational astrology class that I was recently offered? No, I just want to let that person know that kit that she held up was from transformational astrology.
Yeah, everybody, depending on your sign, you would get the kit specific to your sign. You know, so for her it was Gemini, and if you were a Capricorn, you would get Capricorn. If it was you were a Sagittarius, you get Sagittarius, and so.
They said Gemini looks like the conditions of the planets. Looks at the conditions of the planets.
Yeah, like if you have trashed planets, that's the big thing in Gemini. So I was just wondering, like, is there like a alchemical planet kind of like with all the planets if your planets are trashed?
Yeah, it works works the planetary energy, and then it also works the alchemical, which is the impure version of that planet.
But that would just be for the one planet for your sun sign, not like it wouldn't look at all the planets.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
How does etheric cords work?
Like how to do it, or I'm not sure what they're asking. Like how to work it, you could think of a person and inhale, or a situation, a past event, and inhale.
And it cleans the cords.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, it's for cleaning the cords. Yeah.
I mean, we have 2 minutes, but that was all the questions I see. Any last words, Greg?
No, I think that's good. I hope you guys had a good weekend, and you know, we try to do these from time to time where you guys just to kind of ask whatever you want, anything goes, and you know, we still talked about things, but still it's a way to just have an exploration. And so, you know, it was like a 2-day study group. So I hope you enjoyed, and for those of you that did the vital centers, we're doing it next weekend, still addressing the vibrational state of the body, the aspect of resonance, and that's you know, basically how you're influenced by your environment and how you influence your environment. And you know, like when we talk about being triggered and things like that, so if you had that class, this is, I think it's a 3.0, because I think we've done it twice.
We've taught it twice, but the other time was the same booklet, so
Okay. So it's a 2.0.
yeah, but new booklet because
New booklet, new pieces of information, and so yeah, it should be fun. And then the weekend after that is the plant teacher, Crystal Skull, the science of realization, or the science of insight, or inspiration. And there we go, science of inspiration. So kind of you got a little taste of that, but there's going to be a big master kit with about 60 oils, and it'll be very good. So, you know.
And if you have more questions that come up every Tuesday, we do our Tuesday Q&A from 7 to about 8:15 on Central Time.
So
So
6 to 8:15.
that's it, 6 to 8:15.
So, okay, you guys, well, take care. Somebody had a question?
Thank you so